Good evening, and welcome to the Targeted Massachusetts Northeast Conference and home of the Allen Institute for Human Rights. My name is Frank Allen, and I will be your host for the evening. The views and opinions that are expressed by our listeners are not necessarily the views of Targeted Massachusetts, the Allen Institute, nor myself. It is the goal of this conference to be a place where people who are victims of organized stalking, intimidation, electronic torture, and mind control in all differing forms and from various sources can feel free to openly and safely discuss any of their fears, hopes, strategies, and solutions for themselves, and to offer advice, support, and encouragement for one another. It is understood that some people may not always agree with one another, so let us start this conference with the willingness to agree to disagree, keeping in mind that it is much more important to support one another than for us to always be right. Okay, so far tonight we have Asheville, North Carolina, Griffin, David, Ann, Anonymous ×2, Candace, Christopher, Gertrude, MTC1 Racer, Missy, Nadine, Name, and Setzer. The video that I just showed, if anybody actually watched it, was from India, their news source. And it was actually very interesting to watch. Hi, Missy.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you just
Oh, good. Yes, hi, how are you?
Very good. And how are you feeling this evening, Missy?
Very good.
Well, that's good. That's a step in the right direction.
Yep.
You're up in the active area. Would you like to speak?
No, I'll mute. Sorry.
No, that's quite all right. Okay, we're almost up to the magic number of 20 at 9:02. So this is Targeted Massachusetts Northeast Conference, signing in at 9:03 p.m. I have to watch the chat more often because a lot of great information comes through there. All right, if anybody has anything they'd like to speak about, a new topic, a countermeasure, such as the new discovery of vaccines, or MXENES, that we should be researching.
Hey Frank, it's Sue.
Hi,
Looking
Sue.
like Anonymous. How are you?
Very good.
I just wanted to share with you that talking about countermeasures, I developed a pain relief cream with aspirins and some other nutrients that I use for myself, you know, when I'm getting hit. Sometimes after I get hit, you know, sometimes in the morning when it's hard to get going, I use it. And so I started to put it into some other bottles, like sample bottles, and any TIs who want who need that, you can contact me, and you can write to my email and ask me for it. It's I'm just starting to make it available. I've been using this stuff on myself for a couple of years now, and I've tweaked it and changed the formula a few times, and I've got it to where it's strong enough that, like, if they've been hitting you, and you've been using the magnets and you've been using all your shields, but you still have a lot of pain, then you put this on and it soaks right into the joints or the muscles and helps stop the pain so you can keep going. So I'm just letting you know, and anybody who wants to write to Sue808@juno.com, or you can text me at my 575-425-0770, and we can answer any questions about that. Okay.
All right, thank you very much, Sue. Yeah, anything that you put on topically will readily absorb into the skin. And aspirin, the surface tension is very low on aspirin. And I'm sure some of the other rich emollients that you put into that will soak in as well.
Yeah, I put aspirin, pretty high dosage of aspirin, but also a pretty high dosage of MSM, which is a methyl sulfate something. I don't know the whole word. It's a long word, but it also helps to reduce inflammation. I also put biotin, and a pretty high dose. That helps the skin and tissues repair. And then there's, like you said, some emollients like, to soothe the skin, basically help it heal faster.
Well, that's great. I'm wishing many times that I had something like that on hand. And that it works well if you use it. So I might sign on for some of that myself.
All right. Okay.
Anything else happening new in the community?
I don't know. I haven't been on the call. Well, no, I was on a little bit last night on Ella's call at the end. But I haven't heard anything new going on.
Has she once again taken over her call?
Say again?
Has she once again taken over her call, or?
Well, yeah, she was on. I don't know if she did the whole time. I only heard her at the end.
Oh,
and
I see.
But, I don't know if she had James do the first hour or not, but she sounded, she mentioned again that she's having some health issues, but I didn't catch what they are exactly. So I hope they're not too bad. I hope they're not too serious.
Great wishes. And it's very happy actually to see her back on her feet again, because I know she's been very, very sick for quite some time now.
She has? Do you know what it is?
I think I do, but I'm not going to really mention it.
Okay. Somebody's got music.
Yeah, I'm after it.
I'm sorry, I just came on. I'm going to mute. I'm sorry, it's in the background.
Okay, thank you for muting.
Hey, Sue?
Yeah.
I've been wanting to thank you for asking the question of Ella's guest the other night. That lady that I think she's currently in Brazil, asking her the question that I've been trying to ask her, and you kept pressing her for it. But then my takeaway was I figured out what she was trying to say, even though initially you didn't think she was answering it. I think she was answering it in the best she could, but I wanted to ask her that same question. So I'm just thankful that somebody asked it, and then.
Well, yeah, I mean, she did answer it, and she answered it in the way that I thought. I mean, it was very clear to me. You know, somebody. Like I'm very good at analyzing what people say. You know, what they're feeling, where there's a gap between what they're saying, and what they're trying to say. But she was saying, well, it's logical that the United States is going to be better for her. Well, logically, no. The United States has not been better to us. So it is a hope. I mean, we got to have some hope, but the expense and the loss and the transition and the stress of changing countries and seeking asylum is not easy, you know. It's not going to, you know, it's not a miracle fix, you know. So
right. Yeah, I could tell that she just wanted to believe that's going to be a lot better for her in the U.S., and so that's why I'm so grateful you, because time will tell for her when she gets to this country whether she considers it an improvement or not.
Right. Then most of us went through our different levels, our different phases of trying, you know, this and trying that and hoping this person will give us an answer or whatever. But as we know, over time, like you say, we figure out how far we can go with it. Or, you know, when we hit the wall and it doesn't pan out the way we were hoping, then we go, uh-oh, we got to try something else, you know. So.
Yeah, and on a similar yet different note, that always it's difficult for me to hear all the newbies come on and want to jump through the same hoops as the rest of us.
Yeah, I'm sorry to interrupt you. Yeah, that's how I was feeling. Yeah.
Yeah, it's difficult for me because we know, at least so far, we know the end result. But anyway, that question, and I'm so glad that you got a chance, because I saw with the time of the call that I was not going to get the chance to ask her, and that was my question. So just thank you for doing that.
You're welcome. Thank you for saying that. You know, I thought maybe I'm being, you know, every once in a while I can come out really direct and blunt even, and I don't want anybody to take away the wrong feeling from it. I'm just trying to cut through to the truth, you know. And I know it doesn't always come off, you know, very graceful and flowery, you know. You know, this program makes it so hard to get through to people's minds because their minds are clouded with all sorts of layers of beliefs and impressions and experiences, and to cut through all of that is so hard. That's the most frustrating thing for me, is repeating certain things until somebody figures it out themselves, like you said. They usually don't get it. I mean, they really don't. They want to believe what they want to believe until it's too late.
Yeah.
Eleanor White mentioned that she would like to have an historian that would take all of the records of all of the years that Eleanor White knows and hold on to them and put them together and make them available for new TIs especially. I thought that was a good idea.
Yeah. Well, you already have a collection of, I mean, you've got a solid collection of information for people to look at. So,
Right.
I mean,
the documents file will be back up there as soon as I complete adding more documents to it. But yes, I just wanted to say that it would be curious to see
surge is real, and the numbers are quite.
When somebody came over here, if they do, if they're targeting or targeted with the same perps, or if in fact somebody else takes over in this area. That would be interesting. The only persons that we have to go by that I can think of are Brian too and Marilyn Page. Marilyn Page has been to Europe, and Brian too is all over the place, but he never actually has claimed whether the perps are still the same or whether they are in fact different.
Yeah,
well,
my money. Go ahead.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
I was just gonna say quickly, if I were a wagering pool, I'd wager that jurisdictionally, they do the same, but like over here in this country, like if that lady comes to this country, the perps themselves will be actually different. That's what my money's on.
Well, when I think of it is they've got a certain protocol, they've got patterns that they follow, and the perps are just interchangeable pawns. I mean, they'll just make a phone call. If you go to, let's say you go to Vienna, Austria, or you go to London or some other place, they'll just make a phone call, and the perps that are already on, they'll just show up. I mean, it doesn't take them any time. And they're just interchangeable because they all have a certain, rules that they follow. They'll just do the same things.
Yeah, that's.
I had that. Go ahead.
Well,
I mean, I travel across the country in 11 different states, and I had pretty much the same kind of targeting, different faces, different aircraft, but pretty much the same, right? And the only person that I know is Liuda. The two examples that you gave, Marilyn and Brian too, they were Americans who left. But the only foreigner that I know that came out of Europe to America is Liuda. And she was from Lithuania, and she's a world traveler, and she's the only one I know. Now, we probably had a couple others. There was a guy named Alex in Europe who went to England but he was, where was he, Romania. But he didn't come to America. He went to England to get relief. And I think when Liuda gets on, you can ask her. I think she said her targeting got a little better, but she was so close to Russia, it was hard for her to determine who was actually doing it, She was in Eastern Europe when she left. She left to come here.
Sue, I agree with you. No matter where you go, it targets you. I've been to Austria, Vienna, Salzburg, St. Stephens, Guam, China, Nagoya, Japan, Tokyo, and it still follows you no matter where you go.
Yeah. Because they've got people set up everywhere,
Yes, they do.
And they're not leaving any gaps. Unless you go to, like, Siberia somewhere, I don't know. But then you got a whole other thing to deal with there.
I guess Siberia is quite different now.
Yeah?
Due to global warming, it was no longer actually the cold place that it was. They actually had points where it was 90 degrees? That's crazy.
Yeah. There's a lot of that, yeah, all the way up to North Dakota. Get this, on Tuesday, North Dakota and Bismarck was 106 degrees. That'll melt the snow. And then all the way up in Canada. So they're having total shifts in the climate patterns. So I don't know how it's going to go down, but North Dakota, 106 degrees. Like, they don't even have air conditioning there.
Yeah, except maybe reverse cycle air conditioning to warm the place up.
They probably have heat pumps.
Yeah,
some of those can be shifted to AC.
Hey.
Yeah, I heard about Russia. I heard about, here's another talk about warming, right? The glaciers that are melting are revealing these weird glacial worms, like billions of these little worms that were living in the ice. And I don't know what they do, but we got new natural phenomenon emerging,
They were living in the ice? That's incredible.
It's some kind of glacial worm that are showing up.
There's a little piece here.
We'll have to check your bucket of ice next time you buy it, or your bag of ice. I think that's kind of dangerous to be around, actually, because they can, if they got into a lake environment, they could actually weaken the ice, and no one would know it, and vehicles fall through in the case of Alaska, and in the case of New England, skaters would fall through. So,
well, what it brings to mind is, some species can become like invasive. So let's say they melt out and they start crawling around the waterways. Well, we don't know what it's going to do to the fish, Will the fish eat them? Will it be good for the plants? And the whole food chain. And then I think we just have to consider what the ecosystem, how it's going to absorb those new species, really old species. Old species. Yeah.
Curious how they adapted. Okay, we've got Joe from Australia. He just actually tried to sign in and got kicked out, or kicked off. Looks like she'll be back. Let me see here. I really don't have an agenda, Sue, if you'd like to bring something up.
Oh, I already brought up my little topic. That was my big contribution. I kind of took it easy today because I got hit pretty hard yesterday. So I just did, a little house cleaning and stuff like that.
Oh, you have to catch up on that. Whenever I get targeted brutally, the first thing that dies is my bedroom, and then everything else goes downhill from there.
Yeah, catch up on the dusting, stuff like that.
Yep. Run the vac for a few minutes just to make it look good. But I just wanted to bring up, in essence, what that vaccine actually is. It comes in solution, and it forms carbon platelets, microscopic carbon platelets that overlap on the fabric. And in this way, they protect you from your radio frequency. Or beams. I mean, it comes in so many varieties.
Right.
But it's more like a turtle shell.
Mhm.
So it seems to me, plus carbon is conductive. So I don't know if they're telling the diplomats to attach a cable, a ground cable to this stuff, or what you...
Well, so Neil was selling this Linkstat, which is a military-grade carbon-based. It's not even a fabric. It's like, it feels like a plastic. It's black, but it's filled with carbon, and they were making like protective hats and vests, and Gizzet was making stuff out of it. So, and that is based on the carbon shielding concept. So it's not really a new thing. The military's already been using that stuff because they've got carbon embedded in a lot of their protective clothing. So, they already know how to do that. They just haven't been sharing it with us. But then you can take the Linkstat. Not only can you wrap yourself in it or, put it on the wall, but he said you could ground it. So if you attach like an alligator clip and then you put that to your ground, that's supposed to help even more.
Okay, that's definitely, it sounds like the same thing, but this is supposed to be brand new. Maxi are actually a generation of, or a type, if you want to use type, of this particular kind of insulation. But I've got a tech link here. Let's see if I can throw in.
Yeah, I'm not on the chat right now.
That's okay.
But I wouldn't be surprised if we start coming up with new products or variations on the old products, as it gets out there and more people are talking about it, looking for relief. There'll be some new cottage industries opening up to provide these things, kind of like Les EMS did a few years ago.
I think it depends on what a victim is sensitive to. I mean, I had success early on protecting myself with different shields that would block radio frequency, for instance. But when they put all these implants in me and all my muscles, now I have to deal with the heat factor, causing them to expand, say against my rib cage or an organ or something, and it's really difficult. I mean, I have to watch my diet, otherwise it pushes against the abdominal wall. I mean, they got them under my ribs. Under my ribs. Two or three different places. In my intestines, I guess, because there's I know that's an implant. So I have to sometimes put ice on it, but it's very difficult dealing with it. It's just something I have to consider. Every day.
Right. Well, certain kinds of sulfur compounds attach themselves to metals. So like MSM, this product that I'm using, it's supposed to detach the metal from your body and take it out.
Yeah, but this junk appears to be some kind of silicone-based composite.
Right, I've seen that too. Yeah.
Do you have medical proof of these
items that you're talking about, these implants?
Yeah, I got medical proof. I can sit here and feel them. I mean...
Yeah, I just wondered because if someone...
they're not.
If you said
not.
that to someone, that someone might ask for medical proof. So if you could get a MRI of them and be able to prove that they're there, then that would be to your benefit.
No, it would not be, because proof only goes as far as usually the living room or a file box. These people won't allow no proof to enter into a court and get any reconciliation out of it.
Yeah.
But
well, we're hoping to change that.
In my particular case, there's a needle mark, right in the near vicinity of every implant. The stuff will try to come out. Over time, it'll come out a little bit in its black composite form.
Yeah, and that may not even show up in an MRI if it's not made of a metallic. If it's some kind of gel, like maybe it's an organic compound of some kind.
Right.
Well,
the person are very smart to disguise this stuff. I mean, it's what do you call it? Biologically inert material. But I mean, that's my case.
Yeah.
It's very similar to a graphic illustration John Mecca had on his governmenttorture.com site years ago, and he showed all the pressure points that they would put implants in on a victim to try to get them to be some kind of a assassin or whatever. He had it.
Whose website was it?
John Mecca.
Mecca?
John Mecca. Yeah, he sued the government. Him and Darlene. I won't mention her last name for respect of her privacy. But they were both early on victims in the initial stages of everybody getting together. But he wasn't successful. The court threw his lawsuit out. But he had that good graphic illustration showing where the nerves were that they would implant an individual to be able to control that particular muscle throughout the body. And in my case, they put them all over me, I guess trying to get me to be one of their operatives. I mean, I got them in my shoulders, my neck, down at ankles. I think the toe had one. I mean, they're in those particular areas, shoulder blades, underneath there, and especially underneath the ribs. And it hurts when they expand. So I have to deal with it. But they're nearly... That's why when I woke up one morning, I guess it was 20 years ago, I suddenly looked as if I'd been lifting weights, because my whole body was reacting to it, and inflammation was everywhere. It was like I just increased in size, but it was the water trying to fight off this foreign crap that they put in me.
How do you think they got them in you?
Oh, they do it covertly when a person's sleeping. That's the reason why they'll target a victim for, say, days on. Days on and nights to deprive them of sleep, and then finally about a week after that, the victim's so tired, then they come in and they covertly do it, and they go farther than that. They evidently have something to make that victim forget about the whole thing. I mean, they got all kinds of chemicals, to make a victim forget, things.
I've experienced also people coming in my home, and I know things have been done, and I don't know exactly how, although there are a few times where I could tell that I had been injected with something.
Yeah.
But whatever they do use, they're very professional. I'm sure it's medical grade.
This was very professional, but whatever was done to me, it was by the book, And one common problem, indication of them injecting this among the victims years ago was that a whole lot of us would wake up and find blood on the pillow that had come from our ear area, right, either behind the ear, the lobe, in that area. But so that was interesting. That a large number of people were talking about the same problem. But they sure went farther than that with me. I mean, they got this stuff all over. I've successfully got rid of a lot of it. Just creating a lot of static. Expanding the implant itself with heat or whatever, and having it come to the surface. But it's just been a lot of work. It just doesn't quit. I have black stuff still coming out of my eyelids, my eyebrows, around the back of my ears. Every morning I scrape the stuff off. And then
there's something else.
Go ahead.
Go ahead. Sorry. Please, go ahead.
Well, and then occasionally when one does come to the surface, say after I put a magnet on there, then, I can go ahead and get rid of it, scratch that off. But I believe that this is really intermixed in the blood somehow, and because it can come up out anywhere of the skin. And I had read years ago how the perps had identified neurotransmitters in the sodium part of the blood, as if it was some big thing. I thought, oh my God, I knew what was coming. So, I sense that, though they may inject in a particular area, a nerve place near the muscle, that it doesn't stay there. This stuff kind of assimilates through the skin somehow. And I've pretty much proven that, because if I scrape around one area where there's the needle mark, that black stuff can emanate from like an 1.5 to 2 inch circumference around that needle mark. And it'll come out for about 2 weeks, and then it's gone. That's it. But the ones that are real deep, they're like one under my rib cage. I just can't do nothing with it. And there's 2 or 3 like that, and that are deep. But that's what I go through, and a lot of protective shielding doesn't help that. They're just so sensitive to the heat factor in the environment and the targeting. This radar or whatever. This causes a lot of discomfort, not only against, say my teeth area, but or the bones or whatever, but these implants, it heats them up, and it just creates havoc sometimes. So, but that's my story. Everybody, they seem to have targeted everybody just a little differently. And if they did target 2 people the same, I've noticed that in several cases, that one would be pretty far away from the other, like somebody maybe targeted like me, but on the West Coast, where we couldn't get together, and share our experiences. I noticed that early on too, how they were very geographically assigned to their victims. And
so
divide and conquer.
When you say early on, like how far back do you go? You mentioned before
too. These conference calls.
Some of the victims, early victims that tried to get together.
The conference call started in 2004.
Wow, did it? Gosh, I didn't realize that.
Yeah, and the communication started around 2000 in earnest. They started around, I guess it was 2001. They started, in the Yahoo mind control groups section. And it was shortly thereafter conference call started.
So do you remember Darlene Miles?
Yeah, I
Because
do.
she had a lot of evidence, and she was gonna take it to court and things like that, and she was going pretty good. And then they actually, I hate to say it, basically just kidnapped her and put her in a mental institution. And then shortly after that, I think within a couple of months after that, then she just kind of like disappeared out of the community.
Oh, she came along actually quite some time later. I mean, it's about 10 years later. So, and I wasn't never really sure she was actually a victim. Maybe she was. I always look for a person who's truly empathetic to the problem, and I've never felt that from her. So, but anyway.
Well, I read some of her work, and that's where I caught on, because I was familiar a little bit with the medical field and a little bit with the IT field. So I was going basics on some of her work. What was it, around 2011 and 12 and all that, she written a lot of, paper on targeting and things like that. And she was on Scribs and a couple other places, but she written a lot of articles.
Well, that's always a sign of faith, and as long as they were true, the truth, that shows some great faith and determination. Try to get rid of it. Not easy.
Well, I look, she had to be a target, because why would she, when she opened up her door, two strange men that she didn't even know forced her into a van and put her in a mental institution? I mean, they wouldn't do that unless you knew something.
Well,
I mean, the only way they're going to do that is you're definitely a target.
Who is that you're talking about? I just got back.
Darlene Miles.
Yeah, Darlene Miles.
Okay,
Did you ever read any of her work? There's a couple of papers and things like that in the past.
I don't think I did, actually. I mean, I've heard of her, yeah, but I don't think I've actually done the research.
Yeah, she was a lot in the IT field. See, the IT field is heavily involved in this. Same with the communication field. Like AT&T and IBM and stuff like that. They're the main ones that have the patent on Project Soulcatcher. Now all that stuff you can't even find on the internet. Each passing month they get worse and worse. Not too long ago I just did a search for Dr. John Hall on YouTube, and I just came up with 2 videos. One was the news video, and then, one was the normal YouTube about targeted individuals, and all the rest are just gone.
Really? Huh. That's interesting.
Unless it's the perps on my end not letting me see it, which that could be, because I got perps on my computer all the time.
Right, yeah, they might have put a filter on your search, but, Well, it's not like it's new to you, so you would think they would block. Right. Like I assume that they just block certain journalists from getting information, so they can't write about it or report on it. So it's just not even available to them. That way, it's like, oh, I couldn't find anything. Yeah, well, that's a fact, right? No, it's not. Because you don't know how deep and wide they can filter what you see, what is made available to you. Like, they'll pick and choose, right? So, especially somebody who has media influence. Go ahead.
Well, I was just going to say I had a couple of people, listening to some of his stuff and things like that, and they were starting to bleed, and then all of a sudden a lot of the videos are gone. But I do know when he was on Bears and Dudes, how was it, about a month ago or so, he mentioned there towards the end he's coming out with the 3rd book, so I'm looking forward to that. But I had a couple of people read his second books, and, you know, they started believing, you know, some of the stuff that it was telling them.
Right. Yeah, I mean, and he's been on like Coast to Coast. So those radio shows are probably out there somewhere.
Yeah, it's just on YouTube. When I did a YouTube search, the last one was like about a week ago. I came up with two things. One was the one where it was like a local news thing in San Antonio, and they thought he might have part to do with the targeting. And then the other one, it was when he was in his scrubs and he had like the medical folders behind him. But it was, you know, informative and geared towards the targeted individuals.
Mm-hmm.
I know mine been playing with me a lot on my computers and my phone, so I know maybe someone might have better luck than me.
Or just to refer them to his books. You know, there's probably links for the books out there.
Yeah. And Scribs used to have a lot more stuff. Now they don't have as much stuff as they used to either.
Mm-hmm.
Scribs or Scribes, however you want to pronounce it.
If I could, I would like to interrupt a minute. And then you all can go back to what you... Okay, thank you. I wanted to let everybody know for the July 28th event in Washington, D.C., it is... Yes, it's in the southeast quadrant of Lafayette Park.
What time?
So if you're going and you arrive there, then you know that there will be signs and people to direct you towards the southeast quadrant of the park.
And so what's the agenda going to be?
Isn't Lafayette Park right in front of the White House?
It is in Lafayette Park, the southeast quadrant of Lafayette Park.
Yeah, it's
actually
right in front of the White House, correct?
I think it's really towards the back of the White House. I guess it depends on which side you... Yeah.
Yeah, I'll have to put it up and see if the park extends around the White House.
Yeah, I guess it would depend on which side you think is the front, you know, so... But the White House...
The Statue of Lafayette, it sits in front of the White House.
Okay. Well, then the White House can be seen from the location, the southeast quadrant, or the White House can actually see that quadrant area.
Is that on the ellipse?
On the what?
The ellipse. It's a great big field, a park area behind the White House.
He's talking about the ellipsis. No, it's not part of the ellipsis.
Okay. All right. Fine.
So,
thank you.
Anybody who wants to go.
Okay, I just got
Could you
back.
explain what you're doing?
Yep. Yeah.
I'm sorry? It's an event. It is against community gang stalking or community stalking, and it is for closing fusion centers. And it is for stalking awareness. So there will be people who are speaking there. And there will be, like a petition that can be signed. And it's just merely to show up and show that.
Are you talking
is that
about...
in front of Lafayette Park? Lafayette Park, by any chance?
It's Lafayette Park, the southeast quadrant of Lafayette Park in Washington, D.C.
And you said it's July 28th?
July 28th at 8 a.m. So anybody that wants to go, please be there.
Okay, is there any way to ID your people?
Well, I don't know if there's any way to ID. I think maybe there's like 40 or 50 people that have signed up on the stalking awareness site.
Well, you have to have monitors if you have that many people. At least 2 monitors that be dressed up accordingly. So I was just curious as to the section you were
well,
I
don't know.
Right in front of the White House is where it begins.
Yeah. I don't know if there's any monitors, but I will pass that information along to them to, pay very close attention to whoever and, see if there's a way to identify people. But I think they're going to have a petition to be signed, and hopefully that will help.
Okay, is it your personal event or is it?
No, it's not mine. Andrea Holloman is the one that started it on Quora, and then I just took over to help her some because it is a big undertaking, and so I've just, been trying to let people know and trying to pass the word around and encourage people to go.
What I think Frank is trying to get at is, there are probably going to be a lot of people of all different persuasions, all different causes. So will you have a sign or a T-shirt or a color of the day, or how will TIs find you? Like, how will they know? The petition isn't going to be obvious enough in a crowd for them to see, oh, this is our group. How do they know?
I actually do not know, so I will contact her and then find out what she has to say about it, and then I can get back to you all and, tell you what she says. From what I understand, everybody's supposed to just bring their own signs, whatever they are, representing, and wear their own T-shirts as to whatever they wish to represent that way. And like I said, there'll be a petition that will be signed by whoever wants to sign it. And
who is being petitioned? I mean, where's the petition going?
Well, the petition is going to the United States government.
Okay.
It can be copied and it can be sent to the Congress. It can be sent to the CIA. It can be sent to the FBI.
More information.
There is a page on, I think it's Facebook, and it is under stalking awareness.
Yeah, I think the government's pretty aware of stalking, actually.
Well, strangely enough,
I think that's what Facebook was designed for.
Yeah.
The only thing is, if they're aware of it, they're not doing anything about it. So we're trying to make somebody do something about it.
That was funny what you said about Facebook, yeah. Like, this is how they get people together, right? Let's design a website where people can stalk each other professionally, right?
No, the CIA has actually stated that Facebook was their design. Zuckerberg is one of their agents, and it's like been beautiful. They couldn't have dreamed up something as well as Facebook.
Yeah, it's everywhere.
I can't comment because I'm not on there.
I don't have Facebook.
Me neither. No, I don't.
I've never
I
had
have
one
ad block on my browser, and like when I go to sites, it says block communication with Facebook. I said, yeah, I like that.
Oh, you have that? I want one of those.
Yeah, it's an extension on my Firefox. It's an AdBlock
Firefox.
Plus.
Okay. Oh, I don't have that.
AdBlock Plus.
Yeah, I don't either.
Mm.
Yeah, well, I mean, okay, there's good and bad everywhere, right? So
yeah,
I don't do Facebook, so I'm sure there's some good about it. I'm sure there's lots of bad. You know, it's everywhere you look. So you just have to take the, unfortunately, the bad with the good.
No. Facebook, when you accept a Facebook account, you give Facebook the ability to go in and root through your chest of drawers and get whatever they want out of it.
That's why I don't have them.
I ain't doing that. Nobody reads that stuff. And Zuckerberg, he says they're just DFs and use your imagination. He's a Rockefeller grandson. He was given $500 million, not his money, to bring this thing forth.
Well, most of the sites, once you sign up and you go accept, you're accepting a whole list of legal
Oh,
jargon that most people don't read that. They don't even look at it. It's like, I'll just
even if they
accept it.
read it, they wouldn't understand it.
Facebook installs a cookie that gives them access to all your junk on your computer.
Right. But so do a lot of other sites. If you download an app, for instance, like Zoom, right? Everybody's like, "Oh, Zoom, yeah, let's do that," right? But Zoom is hard. Everybody's information is being harvested over to China through that app. Like data mining, a lot of data mining.
Well,
it's convenient,
I don't know if it's Chi-Com owned. It is owned. It was created by like 3 Asian people, but I don't know if it's Chi-Com owned.
I hope I'm not important enough for them to care.
What?
I said I hope I'm not important enough for them to care what I'm looking at.
You are so important to them. That's why they're spending millions of dollars on
us. Who is spending millions of dollars? The government of the United States is spending millions of dollars to fund these divisions of government, which is pouring money into perps to stalk us.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't think it's, China that cares about me.
You don't think China's doing the same thing?
Well, I don't say that they're not doing the same thing to their citizens, but I'm sure China cares nothing about me.
Oh, wait a minute.
You'd be surprised they stole 22 million OPM records on former and current employees, and every employee has their family members listed, their neighbors listed, everything on the background investigation. So when they get that, they get all their neighbors and friends, all 9 yards. China has a lot of information on us. 22 million is a lot of records.
Yeah, well, think about how many phones they've manufactured and sold overseas in various countries with data mining chips already in them, right? Do you think that, do you have a phone? Are you using a phone? Do you know where that phone was manufactured?
Sure am.
Do you know where, do you know where those chips were manufactured? Do you know what's on those chips? No.
Well,
but you just...
Okay, I know where they are manufactured, and I don't know what's on them. But, I mean, I'm like a nobody, so why would they even be concerned about me?
Me too.
I'm trying to convince them. I've been trying to convince them to ignore me, but they won't.
They're not worried. They're not worried about you. They want your metadata.
They want all your data. Data.
Yeah, but what do they do with my data? I mean, my data means nothing.
They sell it and put it in algorithms.
Yeah, that's right.
Well,
they're doing predictive programming on everybody.
Yeah. I'm not real sure totally about that they are interested in everybody. I think maybe, a greater portion of the people other than
they got your biorhythm figured out.
Oh, I'm sure they have everything figured out that way, but yeah. I have a neighbor who steals my trash.
But look at it. Yeah, but look at it this way: if you weren't targeted, then you wouldn't know about it. Like, the fact that you're on this call and you're talking about it has already put you on another level.
Oh, I know. Yes, I'm well aware of my level here. Yes, I am. Well, gee, I don't know.
I know you don't.
It's just so interesting. It's just so interesting to me that all these various different people are being targeted, and to me, what is, I want to know is why. What about you or him or whoever and me makes us the targets? I know what made me the target. Do you know what made you the target?
I have suspected certain events that put me on their, where they flagged me.
Radar. Yeah.
You put them on the radar or something.
You were born.
So were you witness to crime?
Yes.
I was too. So that's what it seems like mostly. I don't know that it's for everybody, but it seems so much like that is the catalyst that puts people in the situation of being targeted, is they are witness and have knowledge of criminal activity of other people.
That's true.
That's only one of the many reasons.
Yeah, that's part of
it.
Yeah,
what are the
there's
other
a lot
reasons?
of reasons.
Yeah.
But China really hates us. You need to get more familiar with William Fetter and Bill Gertz and the way they talk about China, and them are experts, and one's a historian. I'm old school, but we used to have to read a book called Naked Communism. Now what they teach on socialism and communism is totally different, but if you were brought up in the era where you knew about communism and socialism, it is very bad. China has a huge interest in us.
Yeah.
Yeah, actually.
It's all about geopolitics, so it's more than Americans attacking us. We got
it's around the world.
non-American, non-civilians here doing this stuff to Americans.
Yeah. Actually, goes way back. I don't know. Can you hear me right now?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
There was a 60 Minutes which pretty much told the story about what China's doing right now. And if you want, I can sum it up pretty quickly.
Okay, tell us.
So they are gathering health records from everyone, including Americans, 300 million Americans, and they are taking that information in China, and then China is coming up with ways to basically target people's health. They're basically, medications are made. A lot of medications are made in China, and
It was on 60 Minutes. Go look at it. Go look up the episode. It was on 60 Minutes. Go watch it yourself.
I've been listening to parts of a movie called Sabotage, and they said you can get it under sabotagethemovie.com, and it's got all kinds of things that are happening in this nation today that have been going on for 20, 30, 40 years way back during the Vietnam War. What the untruth that came out during the Vietnam War as to what was going on over there is important, but it keeps going and going. And this idea, that we're, what do you call it, white supremacy? Somebody made that up, and it goes back to what Marxists and the communists have been wanting to do globally. I mean globally, for over 100 years. And the only way to destroy us is to get us working against each other. So that's happening. But as far as so it's infiltrated our nation as well as it has others. China is primary now. It used to be the Soviet Union, and now the Soviet Union's still around. But when they disintegrated, it became Russia, and we thought, oh, good, we won. But we didn't. They just kept going. They kept going with the lies that this is a terrible nation. In fact, it started back in, let's see, the first thing I was listening to, it's got segments, though. In the Korean War, they came up with I remember the word brainwashing came up there. Well, it started in Korean prisoners of war who were indoctrinated just by one lie after another. Why do you fight with this nation, this horrible nation? And it's been going on as to how terrible this nation is, whatever it is. They'll bring up one issue one time, another issue another time, and the intellectual people who promote this thing are called. This is by Lenin. I believe it was Lenin who did this. Coined the phrase useful idiots. And that's not because they're definitely idiots. It's because they were just used. And they were influential people. We've got the media, we've got educators, we have philosophers, we have people who are used thinking that their ideology is going to win out and they're going to be participating in it. Without realizing that what Hitler's idea was the same thing. I mean, he had people doing the same thing. He had religious people. He had the church working with him. People thinking they were going to create a better world, a utopia, a better world, and that these people were going to be working with him. But the plan was to destroy them. They knew too much, and they would eventually realize what was going on because they are intelligent people who will understand and rebel. So they kill them. Any useful idiot today needs to be understanding that, because it was Lenin and I think Engels who came up with that phrase, but it's been used for over 100 years.
Well said, Lonnie.
Well, that's actually false because, well, it's sort of false. It's sort of true, sort of false, but there's a woman that did a video, and she's worked under major presidents like Bush and Obama and, some of the major presidents that the United States has had over several generations. She's worked under presidents. And she exposed that the entire organization, all the corporations, all the people's jobs, everybody basically is involved in building the New World Order. Everybody is building it. And unbeknownst to the people who are working for these corporations who have these jobs, they're basically working for their own demise, because really the goal of the New World Order is to drastically reduce the world population and then create a global totalitarian government. So it's not just happening in this country, it's happening in every country. And their goal is to have a one world government. And I don't think that I'm going to be killed for saying that, because there's tons of people online saying that, and they have been saying it for decades. So also, it's right on the Georgia Guidestones. It says that the goal for the world's population is to be 500 million, and the reason they need it to be so small is because they need to enslave everybody who's on this planet, and they're calling it a utopia, that it will be a utopia, but everyone will be enslaved like TIs are enslaved by technology.
Right, but you
Good
just
night.
said what
Pinky and the Brain are running the show.
So actually,
you just said what Lonnie was saying, that they've had these programs under different names in different countries before. This is just like an expanded version of the same, rules of engagement.
Same old.
May I?
Yeah. Well, AI is a new tool to do the same thing,
I said,
right?
May I?
Oh, may I? I thought you said AI. Go ahead.
Robert's Rules of Order. May I? I was listening to a radio program earlier, and they made a statement that the quote-unquote United Nations is now referring to itself no longer in a plurality. The documents now say United Nations.
Oh,
yeah, it's going to be one. We're going to have a global currency, and there's going to be one global totalitarian. And the United Nations is who started this.
I'm growing vegetables. I'm saving seed, and I'm not gonna be part of that stuff.
Well, it's going to be virtually impossible, because there's going to be world events that will affect everybody. So I don't think there's any way you can really get out of it. But
God has a plan.
Yeah, God has a plan.
Yeah. Well, I'm sure God wants there to be peace, and God wants there to be a human life, but the people on the right call it revelations in the Bible. The people on the far right call it revelations, and the people on the far left call it climate change. But it's the same thing.
And people like me call it revolution.
I call it judgment, and the goats are being separated from the...
Absolutely. Judgment is on its way.
Amen.
And the strong delusion has begun.
Yeah, I call it beam me up, Scotty, as soon as possible. Because I don't want to deal with it anymore. I really don't want to deal with it anymore.
I actually don't want to die. I actually want to keep living, but I just think that, that the people who paved the way, like myself, who was a TI for, I've been a TI for 25 to 33 years, people like myself experienced what their capabilities are and what they can do by enslaving a person, and the power that they have, the absolute total power over all of your utilities, everything you have, they have control over. And eventually they'll have control over your money too. And basically they can shut it off or turn it on or give you money or take away money or whatever they want to do to you. They can do everything. They can do whatever they want. So basically what I'm saying is that having lived it and having experienced it, is not, I don't want to die, but I want people to be awake and realize that all those people that gang stalked me and all those people that were assholes to me and everything, guess what? They're going to be next. I'm sorry. I hate to wake them up, but it's the truth.
It's the truth. Eventually they will get rid of all the perps who know too much. So they're just useful idiots, like you said.
Good. Well, yeah, I've never been a perp though, but yeah. I'm not a perp. I've never been a perp.
Somebody said to me one time, I think it could have been you, Stu, that we're not anonymous, but our perps, the boots on the ground, are. They're invisible.
They're not
right?
Anonymous. To the higher ups to know exactly who's working for them.
Well,
yeah,
they know. The higher ups know,
they're
and
expendable.
I've exposed my perps. I expose my perps all the time.
They're expendable, just like us.
They're
But
just
we
like,
have identity,
they're just like
and they
creepy
don't.
perverts. To me, they're just like overgrown perverts with trench coats in an alley, you know, like just more of that. So they've got to be ashamed of what they're doing. If they're not, they're just not smart enough to know. But they're not any. Their mentality is basically just like an old pervert in a trench coat. I mean, what else is there to
actually,
it?
That's dumbing it down. That's dumbing it down. What these people are is they are like flat out psychopaths. It's not all about sex. They're flat out psychopaths. They will literally torture with extreme amounts of pain, suffering, with like zero empathy. Not zero, like below zero empathy, and they'll keep doing it and they don't stop. And those people they're not even human beings. They're totally soulless. And sex is a very minor part of it. Sex is a minor part of it, honestly. It's really the suffering.
Ladies. This is Liuda. I have a severely top of my left foot severely burned by a fellow right above the apartment that I'm in, and we're trying to bandage it up, use silver sulfadiazepine, it's all weeping, the leg is a disaster. Do you believe this is what I'm saying? You are so correct. As we're trying to bandage it up to save my life, basically, he's continuing to hit me just as hard. I mean, he sees everything that's going on. He sees us trying to bandage it up. He sees us trying to save this leg of mine, but yet he continues to hit it all night long, all day long.
Yeah, that's what they've done to me. I've been in extreme amounts of pain. I had to go in for a procedure, a surgery, and while I was trying to heal from the surgery, they literally attacked me even harder in the days that followed, and I was in major suffering and pain, and they did not give a shit. And then one time gave me a blood clot in my arm. I healed it. I had to go to the hospital. They did it right after I got out of the hospital again. I mean, these people are nothing but scumbuckets of the nth degree. I mean, we're talking like serious evil, like worse than Hitler. That's how I look at it. It's worse than Hitler what they do, because they do it and they do it and they get the public to co-opt their cruelty, and then eventually they destroy the public for co-opting their cruelty.
They're so addicted to it. They love to do it, especially to women. I'm sorry, fellas.
Yeah, they do.
Women.
It's true. And you know what? I've talked to men TIs and I've talked to women TIs, and by far the women TIs all get the way worse torture. The men TIs that I've talked to, they just get, a little harassment here and there, nothing major. Like, I've never heard of, like, a male TI getting severely, brutally tortured for decades. I've never heard that. But with me, it's happened to me, and I've talked to other women, and I've heard horror stories.
You need to listen more closely to what the men share.
I agree.
Well, I haven't.
Definitely.
Maybe I haven't talked to any men that have had the amount of torture that I've had. There's no way. I mean,
they're not sharing it. They've been through it so much, and for so long. Not everybody thinks it's, something to continually share the same old story.
Keep listening. You'll find out. They are tortured very severely.
Yep.
Okay, we've got a lot of people.
Yeah, some men were even...
Go ahead, man. Go ahead.
Some men were even tortured to their death. There's a lot of men that get tortured, too.
I'm sure they do, but I'm just saying the cruelty towards women is worse because women can't really defend themselves the way men maybe can, and
Nope. Just not worse for the women.
All I know is, as a female and having males who have perpetrated this crime against me, it's really disgusting because my idea of a man before I became a TI was a protector, and I had a good father. He was a good provider, a good protector. I felt safe in the world, and then to have these scumbucket men who would do this to a woman, you know, it's just like a complete opposite.
You learned that lately, like they don't have license if they're driving.
I think women.
They have females doing this to us. Some of the females that are attacking other female chicks are women.
Yeah.
Yeah, there are females that are perps too. I've seen female perps too. They're just as bad. They're just as bad as the scumbucket men. But you know what? God told me that everyone who's ever tortured me is going to end up in hell. So I hope they're ready.
Lauren, you cleaning out your purse?
No, I'm making dinner, actually.
Oh, okay. There's a whole bunch of noise happening there.
Yeah. What are we having to listen to?
Here, I'll put me on mute.
No, that if you have something to say, that's perfectly fine. But, you know, the extra noise in the background, we don't need. But we've had a lot of interesting points come forward.
How's it going?
Yes, thank you.
How much is it?
Right?
How much is it?
$3.44. The double and a hot spicy, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, anonymous, AJ.A. I had to mute you because you're having a conversation back and forth. Your mic is wide open, and we can all hear it. So
Thank you, Frank. I wondered who that was. We could hear conversing.
No, well, that happens from time to time.
It's me. It's Anish. Sorry, I thought that it was already muted whenever I logged in. Sorry. I will mute now.
I can do that, but I've found that when I mute everybody so that they're muted on the way in, some of them think they have to stay that way. So I prefer to leave it open on the way in. And those of you who want to
I'm glad that you do that, Frank, because not every other TI the TI calls. Not everyone does that, so I appreciate that. But no, I did not mean to disrupt the call.
Oh, no, I know. I realize that. Oh, Dorchester, Massachusetts. I wonder if that's Paula. She lives up near the zoo. Okay, let's see. Let's see if we can get some more people up here to bring up or bring out information that has been kept from us for so long.
Hello?
Hi, Nadine. Go ahead.
Hi. I guess I just, do you remember, Amy Holmes?
Yes.
Yeah.
Amy Holmes.
What was that?
Amy Holm. H-O-L-M.
Yeah, Home. I contacted her, and I sent her a video, and she heard some really bad stuff on the people talking from military drones, and it's been really hard for me to. I kind of knew it was happening, but it was really bad what they were saying.
She said some really bad stuff?
No, she heard some really bad stuff in the video that they were saying.
All right.
Yeah, the perpetrators, and
she doesn't usually take a video apart until you pay her or agree to pay her.
Oh, she did. She started to, but I did sign an NDA agreement and
okay.
release some information and survey. So I was going to work with her, but she did tell me what she was hearing. It was like really like.
Are you saying the reality, the evil that men do, is difficult for you to accept?
Yes, it was really awful what they were saying and what they were doing. Like, they said something, like they said they were doing a snuff video.
Nadine, I got your message and I called you back and left you a message.
Oh, okay. I didn't get it. I don't really know how to work our answering machine, and so a lot of times I don't get messages. Because I don't know. I don't know why I don't know how to use our answering machine, but it doesn't work sometimes for me. It's a landline. And
those of you trying to get in touch with Tim from the military, he has a phone with. Oh, this is back on his message box hasn't been set up yet. So Nadine, are you outside?
No, I'm not.
Listen,
do you want me to? What's that?
You have some really creepy noises on there.
Oh, do you want me to turn my mic off? I'm not outside. Do you want me to turn my mic off?
It's fine while you talk. As soon as you stop talking, that's when it shifts.
Oh, okay, I'm going to turn it off. So.
I can almost hear your perks, Nadine.
Yeah. If they're telling you they're doing a snuff video, you know that's only meant to scare you, right? That's not the real thing, because that's not part of the script. I don't care what anybody says. I mean,
actually, I don't actually hear it. It's just what Amy ticked off, what they were saying. I don't actually hear them say that.
Okay. That's even better. Maybe you can ignore them.
You don't think they actually do that?
No, they don't do that. We have TIs that have been targeted for decades. They follow a script. They want us all to remain alive so they can torture and abuse and do everything else they want to. They don't want us dead, except by natural causes.
I thought they were just doing.
They leave their script. If they use their script all the time, they would be back in the 1960s. They don't stick to their script all the time. That's what I will say.
I think everybody's perk's different, because I know some of mine are into broadcasting and doing the nasty filming, and they do kill for money. I know they said I had more life than a cat, and I should have been dead by now.
Yeah, but you are.
I do think they attack people's health because they want to hurt them and they want them to die. And there's been a lot of people who have died as a result of this, and probably people we never even knew, or they might not have ever even known what exactly this was that happened to them.
It's a long, slow flow.
7816, can you turn your phone down or get away from the mic? Because it's incredibly loud. 7816.
I'll unmute. I'll put myself on mute.
Okay, all right.
But there are people that have died as a result of the attacks that are continually made upon target.
But it's a slow, very long, slow, eventual death.
Let's not go negative, okay? We're fighting, we're winning. We're not losing. It's not like the old days. In the old days, there was very little communication between TIs except for landlines and faxes. Today, we have one of the largest networks in the world, if you use it properly, and that's Facebook. And we also have Twitter. We also have conference calls. We have radio shows. We have them by the butt, okay? The more this technology comes out, like Havana Syndrome, okay, I don't like to see those people get hurt. I don't want to see those people get hurt. But at the same time, they are bringing this out into the limelight. And it's about time that someone did. And the hits are increasing. They're up to 200 people now that have come forward. So this is going to blow apart anytime, and someone from either the White House or from Beijing will make a statement, or from the Politburo, or I don't even know whether there's a Politburo anymore, but Mr. Putin. So there'll be statements coming out. They might not be today, but they will be forthcoming.
I agree with that, but we still have people doing death pool betting and betting on people's death. So sometimes it ain't always a slow kill program. Sometimes they will kill somebody on purpose quickly to make money.
Name one.
I can't say I haven't seen that, because I have. My girlfriend at the time's sister, on her birthday, July 12, 2014, drove into oncoming traffic and half a mile away from our house. So, yeah, it does happen. She was killed instantly. And she was reported to have been shot. This is coming from the police. So, before we decided to have a coroner's inquest, they actually burned the body. So, that was the family's decision. They wanted it done quickly, and it was done.
And that was one in how many years?
It's the only one I've seen since 2012 or 11.
Yeah. But, you know, part of what I think, too, though, is, you know, and I think it is what, Frank, I agree with you that finally this is becoming an issue, a public issue, where it's always been something they've tried to hide. But I will also say that, like, I'll give myself as an example of what I'm talking about. I've been targeted for, it's probably a couple of decades at least, and maybe even before that. But, you know, I didn't even think about trying to find out. I mean, I had no idea anybody else was. So it wasn't until like around 2014 that I even discovered the term gang stalking and found out there were other people this was happening to. So there's still a lot of people out there like that, and people who might not ever have known what it was. And, you know, we'll never know who they are because they died of this or that or whatever it was they died of without any investigation or anybody questioning it. So, I mean, thank goodness for me that I found, you know, the people and these calls. But it took a long time for me to do that because I just had no idea. And, of course, you're constantly being attacked, so you're constantly off balance. You're basically just trying to survive. And so I think there's still a lot of people this is happening to, and even the guesses at numbers from the people who are on these calls or have discovered the videos or those types of things, I think there's exponentially a larger number of people that are probably targeted and have been targeted for a long time.
The average date that people are inducted into this program now is 2008 up, and sometimes 2000 up. But the concentration seems to be 2014 at this point in time. But we're seeing a lot of people come forward that did not know that they were TIs. We've seen a lot of people come forward that have been released from mental institutions who didn't know they were TIs. We've seen people coming out of prison who didn't know they were TIs. So this happens every day, and we get more and more people. So if you get a man on here that he says he is just out of prison, don't treat him like an ex-con or something like that, however you would treat him. Treat him like a target, because he went through more hell because he was targeted. Now, I don't know how many convicts we are, but I don't think we are that many. But, a lot of people don't mention that when they come on this particular call, or any of the others. And a lot of the moderators don't mention it either, that there are people on there that came out of prison for various reasons. But we have to look at the overall community, and we still have got a lot of tightening up to do. We've got to bring the Northeast together, and that includes New York, Vermont, and all of the other northeastern states, New Hampshire, Massachusetts. It's just so many people, in Rhode Island. There's so many people we have to bring together just in this area. So it's like, take care of your own yard before you start picking on somebody else's. But we have a lot of work to do out here. I've been in touch with Janie, and Janie has been in touch with some other people that have nothing to do with the Northeast. But the Northeast is what I am concentrating on to get together. And I'm also concentrating on the contacts that we have all over the United States and all over the world. The end game is to unite the entire country. And there's one person, unfortunately, who is not going to want to do that, and I'm not going to mention any names. Go ahead. I've been grabbing the mic much too long. The mic's open. Grab it.
Hello? Frank?
Hi, Nadine.
Hi. I just wanted to say I noticed somebody else in Burlington, Vermont, and I'm in Burlington, Vermont, so hello, whoever you are. In Burlington, Vermont. That's all I wanted to say.
Thank you, Nadine. See if you can give me a buzz tomorrow after 1 or 2 o'clock, preferably 2 o'clock.
Okay, thank you.
Into the wee hours of the morning, I'm sure.
Okay, I'll do that. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Anonymous, were you going to say something? Okay, I'm going to sit back. I'm going to take a break for 5, and I'll be watching, listening, and you guys can grab the mic. Pick up your conversations. I see Lonnie in there. Lonnie is wonderful and wonderful to speak with. And there's Deborah's in there. She's also a great person to talk to. And we've got Caldwell, New Jersey. I'm sure that you'll pick up really quick.
Hello.
Hello.
I wanted to say that I think a lot of targeted individuals were implanted with microscopic devices.
With what?
Micro-neuroprosthetic devices and devices in the brain and in the ears and in the eyes.
Are you asking, or is that just what you think?
No, that's what I think. I'm saying that, like, I was implanted 4 times, and from 2009 to 2016, and Robert Duncan and Dr. Hall both say that they don't require implants to read a person's mind or to send them voice to go. But me, it was like they were reading my mind and sending me voice to scroll with implants.
Yeah, that's because it can be done through like a satellite, just to have your DNA, supposedly.
Yeah, but the implants were satellite connected. They were transmitters, satellite transmitters, radio transmitters that send information down into and back and forth with the satellite to the receiver. And the receiver is the implant.
Oh. Did you sign up for this, or did you do it unwillingly?
Oh, no, it was unwillingly. They pierced a device in my ear in 2009, and then in 2011 they put me to sleep in my own bed and did brain surgery on me.
I'm sorry, who?
Medical researchers.
Medical researchers?
Medical researchers that make a lot of money under the table with implants, and they put implants in my arm, swam or crawled nervous system, my spinal cord, in 2014 and in 2016 at 2 different hospitals.
So how did you get to the hospital? Were you going for some reason, or?
I walked the hospital in 2014. I think I caught a bus maybe in 2016.
Why were you at that facility? Were you going there for some other reason, and then they did this?
Yeah, in 2014, I thought that gang stalkers had poisoned me at a club after New Year's Eve of 2013. So I went to the hospital and asked them to draw my blood to see if I was poisoned. And when they drew my blood, they injected micro-neuroprosthetics into my arm that crawled their way to my spinal cord. I was in New Mexico, in Albuquerque, New Mexico.
That was in Mexico?
New Mexico.
Oh, sorry. It's kind of cutting out.
I don't know why people like to joke around. Like, well, you're joking around like everyone does. Like, New Mexico is not part of Mexico. It's part of the United States.
Not at all. Hello. Is there anyone new in here tonight?
I hope not. I hope there's no more TIs ever again. I hope that old TIs can expose the perpetrators and get them put away so that there's no more new TIs.
Yeah, well,
that would be nice.
So maybe they know that we're on to them. You know?
It's a tough angle. They say that we're suffering from dementia, and I don't have any dementia.
What? I heard like mental illness, but not dementia. Isn't dementia something that old people get?
Yeah, that's old people. Yeah, they get that, and then they get Alzheimer's, and then they forget who they're talking
Did you hear
to.
That? Who told you that TIs have dementia?
Or delusions. Not dementia, but delusions.
Delusional? Yeah. Well, it seems that way to everyone. You know, anybody you talk to about things, because they don't know if they have they haven't experienced it themselves. That's why it's so important, like, when we're talking, because we know what's going on. Everything's like delusional. They haven't, you know.
Talking and I can't hear you.
You can't hear me?
Now I can. Maybe you were taking your headset off and doing something else.
No, I'm here. I have you on speakerphone.
Is my voice too loud or is it okay?
It's just fine.
Well, I've been targeted for 10 years, and they implanted me 12 years ago, and then they didn't start targeting me. Sent voices through my head a few times before they targeted me, and then in 2011 they started sending death threats at me with voice of skull, and that was in my front yard of my house and into my bedroom, and all night they set me up. I put a piece of tinfoil over my head because I heard through the grapevine that tinfoil would help shield against radio frequencies or against weapons.
Did it work?
No, it didn't. It didn't. And I went crazy, and I got in a fight with my older brother, who just got out of prison, out of California, and moved to my mom's in Albuquerque, and we battled it out after setting me up all night. After 4 days of 4 days of torture, like they were hitting me with their energy weapon, sending voices through my head, sucking my food.
And what?
And
I'm sorry.
My brother out of prison was threatening me and my dog, and I got in a fight with him, and I got thrown in jail for 3 months. And my targeting really, that was like a launch pad for the perpetrators to target me because I went to jail for 3 months. Then I was homeless. Yeah, I had a really good career. I had a really good career as a wildlife science technician before I was targeted. And the perpetrators made sure that I didn't get the next job that I wanted that was paying me $70,000 a year. And they destroyed my trucks and my computers.
God damn you.
They sent voices through my head.
315.
What? Is everything okay over there?
Oh, we have a speaker. An anonymous speaker.
We have a fucking worthless fucking faggot that needs to be destroyed. This is Anish.
I'm trying to find out who it was. What the
destroy this fucking shit. I love the perps because I want to fucking kill them.
Well, watch that on here because you might draw the wrong kind of attention. But
no, I don't.
Yes,
Frank,
there's a lot of people that agree with you, sir.
Well, hey,
Frank,
even if you can't stop their technology.
Frank, you have gone through this much terror for this long.
Did somebody call a faggot? I'm a faggot. Did you call for me?
I did.
I did. Faggot. Hi, I'm a faggot. Hi, faggot. I'm a faggot. Good. Hi.
Good deal.
How are you?
I'm glad you're a faggot. I'm doing great.
You keep saying that you shouldn't use that name for the...
Yeah, the
Tell me tomorrow how terrible I am. Tell me, honey, how terrible the faggot is.
Chris, you should back off.
Okay, so I misspoke. All right. Hey, I misspoke. My name's Anish. I didn't mean to disrespect you. I was just calling these fucking pieces of shit out.
Yeah. He's a good guy. Chris is a good guy. And he's a little bit under the weather.
And then they ask you to.
Yeah, I didn't mean to say that.
No problem. Not a problem.
I was just gonna.
Yeah, go ahead. Well, actually, let me finish. Many times this targeting gets
problem at all. Just keep bringing those words. I love those words. Keep bringing the words.
Yeah, see, Chris is a good guy, and Chris has been through a lot. I mean, they pointed a signal on his dog, and his dog bit his nose off. So
he just told me to fuck off in chat. I don't think he's a really nice guy, and I didn't even say anything. I just asked why he kept calling himself a perp.
Hey, Chris, I'm sorry.
Oh, sounds like Chris has had a little bit too much to drink, maybe, Chris.
Yeah, Chris has had a little too much to drink, because that's the only way I can get rid of the sex attack. It's the only way I can get rid of the sex bomb by having a drink. Yeah, so throw me in the river. Throw me in the river.
Hey, Chris.
Since you were talking,
sorry.
Since you were talking about the faggots, you should include all the LGBT people in there. You shouldn't just say faggots. You should include LGBT.
I was gonna. Can I say something really quick?
You have to be hip. You have to be, up with the times.
Hey, can I say something really quick?
What's it do?
Yeah, I was gonna say.
I'm a drunk faggot now, apparently. Now I'm a drunk faggot. Okay.
Hey, Chris,
I was gonna
you know
say.
what?
Listen, I was gonna tell you. Listen, I was gonna say that if you kill anybody, you're not gonna stop the technology. So if you really are considering killing a perpetrator, you need to remind yourself that even if you kill someone who is involved in your targeting, you're not going to end the technology. Like, you literally have to destroy the technology.
I'm win.
Well, we can have this all day long about Jesus Christ coming back. And you know what? You guys need to watch this guy. I just watched a YouTube. This guy. Hold on, I'm going to let you know real quick. But he went over like all the military technology. Billy Crone.
Billy Crone?
Yep.
You know how to spell his last name?
Hold on, I'm looking it up. Right. Yep, Billy Crone. Billy Crone, Crone. The AI invasion. He knows so much about this. He's not a TI, and he knows about this. I cannot even believe it. He told me so much more information than I get on the TI calls. Anyway, dude, no, you're not a faggot, Chris. You're a good guy. I love people who are just themselves, and no, I misspoke big time. Please forgive me.
It's all good. Don't worry about it. It's all good. Let's move on. Don't worry about it. I know. I even say that shit about people too. I get really crazy because I've been at this for 19 years, and it's not easy for me.
I've been at it for since 2007. 13,
That's been
14
years for me, buddy. You gonna go on 19 years and try to be sane? I can't be sane. No, I'm beyond sane at this point.
Thank you for mentioning Billy Crone. I was listening to Billy Crone the other night on Jan Markell, where you can listen to that particular interview. It was.
I'm sorry, we can't hear you. You're listening to an interview?
You mentioned.
One at a time, guys. You got a good conversation now.
You go ahead, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. You mentioned Billy Crone. He's a pastor out of Las Vegas, Nevada. But he does research like nobody does. He's had all kinds of interesting things coming on about what's happening today, and he's been doing it for years. He gets footage like you've never seen. But he was interviewed on Jan Markell's site. Let's see. I forget the name of her deal, but I think you can get it just with Jan Markell. And it's called AI, Summoning Up
Lonnie?
Demons. Yeah.
It's called Understanding the Times.
Okay. I think as it was on my YouTube, though, it said all it said was Jan Markell. Understanding the Times is her program that's on all the time, I think. So either one probably would do it.
Her website is understandingthetimes.com.
Yeah. Anyway, thanks for bringing him up, because I was going to. That's one of the most interesting ones about where AI
was just
going.
You know, I was just curious. It's like, okay, like, listen, I attend these TI calls, and I listen to the Catholic radio channel on AM radio, and I'm always, like, tuning into Christian radio broadcasts, and I just want to know what the hell is going on. And this guy just, he
worry
totally...
about that too. You know, there's so much Christianity, and I'm a Mormon. I'm a strict Mormon, and I believe that too.
I'm a Mormon. I'm part of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints.
You have to understand I'm a strict Mormon.
I'm not strict. I'm a Jack Mormon because I drink. And I drink coffee, and I smoke. I don't smoke cigarettes, but I do the vape. But you know what, though? Yeah, no. I appreciate you saying that. Like, all I'm trying to tell you guys is that I'm just trying to share information, and I'm figuring it out. That I am figuring out. I'm just trying to figure this out. I don't know what's going on. And what Billy Crone is saying, is we are in the last days, and that we are that this AI invasion is.
Last days. This is just a test. It's a test.
I agree.
Okay, maybe.
It's a test.
Okay.
It's not the end days. Why would you talk like that? It's not end.
Well, I don't know. I don't.
Beginning.
Jan Markell says something that I think is important. She said the world's not falling apart, although it looks like it's going to. It's falling together, because the Bible tells us a lot of these things that we're looking at today were written about 2,600 years ago. And if we want to do some studies on it, you'll find out that some of the nations that are listed are falling right into place. So she's very much assured that we are in the last days. And it's good news for people who are believers. It's bad news for the world itself and the people who choose not to be believers. So anyway, I like both of them. Thank you for mentioning them.
I'd like to add to that. This is Deb in St. Louis. Thank you, Lonnie, for bringing that up, and thank you, Amish, for mentioning Billy Crone. There are several YouTube videos of her program, Understanding the Times, it's under Jan Markell, Markel, I think. And she has several pastors that come on and that can explain that end times process. Dr. David Jeremiah is also someone who goes through the book of Revelation, and he literally describes in current text, applies that what's happening currently, and you can see how he applied it to the book of Revelation, and it's like, wow. And I want to thank the man earlier who said that he thought that this time was judgment, that God is separating the wheats from the tares, because I believe that is also true. And it's based on what Lonnie just said, that for believers, it's good news. For those who are not believers, that means those who do not believe in Jesus Christ.
No end times. There are no end times. Stop doing that. Why?
All right, I got to step in real quick. Okay, so Deborah, I believe that what you just said was correct, because I'm going to tell you something. I was almost murdered multiple times, and there's no way in heck that my mom even, I talked to my mom about this. I said, hey Mom, I almost died. She's like, you almost died more times than you can even count. And I'm just letting you know, dude, like, who is saving me? Chris, Howard, I know what you're saying. I know you must be an atheist, but I'm telling you, dude, who is saving me?
I am not.
It doesn't make it. It does not make sense at all. And I'm muting.
Chris, you must be on a computer to be able to text and talk at the same time.
Are you guys on like a conference chat too online or something? Like a web chat? A chat room or something?
Yeah,
something like that.
Yeah, if you come in by computer, you can get in the chat room.
How do you do that though?
freeconferencecall.com/wall/targeted.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Sure, not a problem. Yeah, you can join in on the chat.
Hey, Chris, why does it say wall? Why does it say wall
I don't know.
in between?
Wall? That's
the conference call.
freeconferencecall.com/wall/targeted.
Why does it say wall?
I don't know. The programmer did that. Okay.
Yeah, because I tried signing up and I created a whole dial-in number, access code, and ID like as if I was facilitating the meeting.
Yeah. You can download the app. That's the best way to do it.
My phone doesn't have any memory. But I'll try.
Okay.
It's really weird. It tells me that my memory's full. And then I'll delete a bunch of apps and then it's still full.
Is that perhaps an Obama phone or a Q-Link phone?
No, I think I've come to that like they don't want like anything deleted from my phone because like I'll try to clear up space on it, and like let's say I clear up 1 gigabyte or whatever, it'll only delete a little bit. I don't know how to explain it, but yeah. Let's say clear up 1 gigabyte and only clear up 0.5. Even when I say clean up now, like none of it makes sense.
You know, I just want to say something. Like, you know what? All these people who are TIs, like, God loves
These
us.
all the times.
What?
I just wanted to say that God loves us. I know that for a fact because He's saved me so many times. Why would He save me? Why? I don't understand. I deserve to die.
Oh, end time. End time.
Who told you
End
that?
time. It's end time.
He saved you because he wants none to perish. He wants you to believe in his Son.
And I do.
He wants you to be saved so that you can be with him.
And I
He
want
loves
to.
you.
And I know that for a fact. That's the truth.
Yeah.
By the way. All right, I'm moving.
Amish, if you want to contact me, Frank, you're welcome to give him my number. You're welcome to give him my number.
Can you text it on the chat right now?
I'm on my phone. I don't have a computer.
Okay. I know you because, like, we've talked before. I think you tried to give information before. Can I just give you my information? And can you text me right now?
Oh, hang on. I gotta get a pen.
Okay.
Actually, I got a pen. I had to turn the light on so I could see what I was doing.
Good evening, Betty. I just want to say hi to Betty Hadar. She hasn't been on in a while.
Hi, Frank. Hi. Sorry to interrupt.
Hi.
Okay.
Pleasure to have
you. You say your
Deborah?
name, Amish? Uh-huh.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. It's 817-371-0013. Just text me right now, and then we can communicate. I know you're on the calls. Like, I really love you. Anyway, we should definitely talk.
As always, my phone number is 508-857-8334. I have a long list of people to catch up with, but I'm catching up. I'm almost there. So you can call.
Frank, thank you for having these calls. Like we wouldn't even know what to do without them. I'm just letting you know. Deborah, did you get my number?
Me either.
I have it. 817-371-0013.
Yes, ma'am. Okay. Can you text me right now?
Yep.
Hey, did you say you're from the 817 area?
Fort Worth. Actually, I live in Austin, but I went to school at TCU.
Yeah, I'm from that area too. I live in Bedford.
Oh, Bedford, nice. Fuck yeah, dude. That's cool.
Is that Bedford, Pennsylvania?
No, Fort Worth. It's near Dallas, Fort Worth.
I went to TCU back in the dark ages. Long ago.
What? Wow. I went to Baylor and TCU. I got my undergrad and grad. Yeah, It doesn't even matter. No one gives a shit about fucking college anymore because, like, after we've gone through this, no one cares. We're just, man. What are we gonna do about this?
What can we do?
Remember, there were good memories.
I have a
hang on
request of you, sir. Sir, I have a request of you. Could you please watch your language? There's a lot of people that get sensitive to curses.
Yes, I'm sorry.
Watch the expletives. I hear it every other sentence. Thank you.
I'm sorry about that.
Did you say you live in Austin right now?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
How long you been targeted for?
2007, for sure.
Oh man, how old are you? I don't mean to pry.
I'm 39 tomorrow.
Yeah, I'm 30. Wow. I'm sorry, man. It's horrible. A buddy of mine, I think, just turned 40. Yeah, I mean, I've met a lot of TIs throughout the whole ordeal, but it's just a hard thing to deal with. So I know where you're coming from.
I just, at this point, like I feel like I understand my handler at this point, but then he it's a lie. It's a satanic program. That this is a satanic program, and they will lie to you. Period. I just don't know what else to say. I mean, you think you can negotiate with these people? You can't.
China threatens to nuke Japan.
Yeah, you can't negotiate, and I really believe that this science, is going to be a part of like it's just my opinion, and everybody may not agree with me, but I think this science is going to be a part of the New World Order, that they're trying to roll this NWO out by 2050, and
30.
It's just, well, they 2032, but I really think 2050, because I mean they're talking about integrating transhumanism into every major facet of society, and I just don't see how you could do that, over within even 30 years or 20 years, 10 years.
How do you see that they're not doing that right now?
Oh, they are, but my understanding is if people really understand what transhumanism is, it seems to me a lot of people wouldn't go along with it, because it's completely communistic and it's completely totalitarian, and that's not what America was built on. America was built on, you have your own autonomy, you have your freedom of thought, freedom of expression, freedom of feeling, and with this transhumanism, they can take that all away. And the New World Order, in my understanding, involves taking the currency-based system and putting in this global digital currency to where they could just, it would be like communist China, the social credit system. There's good application for the science, but we don't see them using it for that. And then we hear about the New World Order and how they want
Russian-made air defense.
The New World Order, and they
won't know the difference.
Yeah, they won't be able to tell the difference between how things were and how they are then. And I just
exactly.
Everything I hear about the New World Order, it's okay, they have these good applications for the sciences, and they would probably roll those applications out in the future, but it would be completely the opposite of the original way that the freeway was supposed to be in the Western world. It would be more of a communistic, fascist, totalitarian global system, I guess. But it's okay, you could solve a murder. You can find missing people. A doctor could clone brainwaves with his, he could link his brain to a patient's brain and determine what's wrong with him immediately by feeling what he's feeling. There's application to enhance a soldier on the battlefield. There's an academic enhancement where they can, do accelerated learning, and people can learn much quicker and more information. But it's I know there's that application to the science, but we don't see that. And it seems to me, just in my opinion, the New World Order that I've heard about, it's gonna be the opposite of freedom. It's not freedom at all. It's completely a communist, digitalized, transhumanized society where you will live under. It'll be more of a police state, surveillance state, an Orwellian, totalitarian, closed state. It would be like communist China, social credit surveillance system, but with transhumanism involved in that. And everything.
You know what? All you said was true, but it's already in action right now.
Yes,
that's
Thank
already
you.
happening
I'm
right now.
just going to point out, anyone who's accepted an injectable is considered legally a transhuman. They do not have human rights. Their property, they are owned. So transhumanism is not coming the way of the science fiction movies. It's coming about in a soft way for you to not see it. So
who are you? I want your number.
Here, period.
That's it. Get the jab.
That's true.
Okay, so you're saying the ones that have not accepted the jab. Well, isn't there other ways that they are implementing this? Well, what I've heard is that they can, if they have your DNA, they can kind of take over your mind.
Please don't say COVID-19, and we'll be all right. You can talk about it.
I didn't say that.
I know I didn't. I know you didn't. I'm just warning you ahead of time.
Don't say that.
No, you can't say that because I get trashed by YouTube. So,
Well, that was in 2019. I don't know. I'm just thinking about today and tomorrow.
yeah, I understand that.
Thank you for telling me.
Yeah, I'd like to put this up on YouTube later on tonight, pardon me, this morning, once the call closes, and which probably be 3 or 4 in the morning. And then I can put it up on YouTube, and you guys can get a little publicity.
Well, I will say that what that gentleman just said was absolutely correct, but the fact of the matter is it's already happening. The Orwellian state, it's already happening. We're all connected. We're all connected. You know, whenever you think of something, you don't even have to say something audibly. Whenever you think of something, and then you get you pull up your phone and you get you open up Gmail, and then it's advertised to you. You already know you're connected.
How though? For DNA? How is that?
How is that? That I don't know. The chemtrail, the nanotechnology, I don't know. Like, this is why we're TIs. I don't know.
Brain scans.
Well, I thought it was because they got our DNA somehow, or they have it.
They have everybody's DNA. Not a problem.
They must have everyone's DNA. How many people voluntarily gave it up when they were doing their heritage?
The first thing they do when a child is born is take blood from their heel.
That's right.
They do.
And that's why they
the
want
heel?
every child to be thrown at the hospital then, huh? Huh.
Why the heel?
Me.
Excuse me, why the heel? I'm just curious.
Oh, I don't know. You'd have to ask a healthcare first.
I am a healthcare professional. It's easier to get the blood from the heel than to try to get a vein from a newborn.
Okay, there's plenty of capillaries there. All right.
Yeah.
All right. I just wanted to say, the gentleman you were referring to is Setzer, and he's very much appreciated around here. And very knowledgeable gentleman.
What's his name again?
Setzer, from Canada.
Setzer?
Yes, Setzer. We actually have on this call some of the best people in the community, and I will say that for sure, because people that come on here are adults. People that come on here are real PIs that are getting slammed. And this is a place where you can come and share that. It's a place where you will be appreciated, a place where you will be recognized. So, I love you all. Continue. I don't want to, it's your call. I don't want to hog the mic. So, have fun. I'll be right here, listening and watching, and making sure we don't get perked out or anything. But this says targeted Massachusetts Northeast Conference, but everyone from all over the globe and all over the country is welcome. I think everybody knows that.
I'm trying to join the... Hello? Are you there?
Frank.
Yes, I'm right here.
I'm trying to join the meeting, and it's saying server error.
Server error.
Server failed to process the request. Please try again later.
Okay, here's what you want to do. Are you using Google for a browser by any chance?
Am I using what?
Are you using your phone?
Yes.
Okay. It looks like it's probably an Android phone, right?
Correct.
Okay. I don't know what to tell you. Anybody here with Android phone?
It says host, schedule, or join a new meeting, and I went to join, and then it actually asking for meeting ID.
Okay, targeted. Targeted. That's all you need. Targeted.
Okay. Thank you.
Sure. Once you process that, you can use the option that says join by computer audio. I was going to mention this earlier, but actually I did a little bit, but you wouldn't believe how many perps I hear on people's phones that they don't hear, probably. Or maybe they do, but I hear them because I've got the board. And there's a lot of people. I can hear the perps in the background saying words to their breathing. Common for them to do. Good evening, Newark.
Sandpaper.
It is. Okay, New York. You sound like sandpaper. Okay. New York, you're muted for the present time. Newark, New Jersey, you're coming through with strange noises. Okay, so we have Deborah and Rochester, New York, and Betty up in the active area. Betty, would you like to say a few words? Oh, Lonnie. Lonnie just appeared too.
Well, I haven't been on for a while because I sustained bad injury. And so it seemed like every time I'd be on or talk or listen to this program, I just would be hit even harder. So I kind of put a pause on it. But I've been listening, but I haven't really talked at all.
Okay, Betty. I just wanted to tell you that is inferred by the perps. It's a natural reaction for them to say that or to subliminally give you that thought because they don't want you here learning, okay?
Oh, I know that. Yeah, I know that. But I actually have more pain. I mean, they actually give me more pain. And of recent times, it's gotten over the top to the point that I really don't know what to do anymore. I always had a place else to go, and I don't now, and it's almost like I feel like a trapped animal in this apartment.
Well, hopefully in a year or so, or maybe even less, we will have a building, and it's a place where you can go and crash for a couple of weeks if you want to, and, so on. That's my plan, and if I set a plan, it will happen, period, because it's important to me to make a home away from home that you can come to, and a place that you can come to and rent a bedroom or two and a bath and live without the TI. But
that's a beautiful, yeah. It's like a hostel for targeted people.
Yeah, and that's exactly what I'm looking for, too, an old hospital, one of the smaller ones that hasn't been built.
I said hostel, Hostel.
Hostel.
Like a hostel. Hostel, Hostel. Like when you travel American hustling.
Oh, okay. Yep.
You know who converted an old building into a hospital for animals? Oh, my God, it's in Jamaica Plain outside of Boston. Angel Memorial Hospital. And they might look for property, because sometimes public buildings that are not being used are given up for $1. That happens in big cities when they don't want something to go down. You might find out how they got there. Yeah, go on.
What I have to be careful of is this. I realize what's available. What I have to look at is the overhead. And obviously there wouldn't be any taxes. There wouldn't be any taxes, actually, on anything. And we probably would get very, very good prices on heating oil. But it's the idea, how much heating oil? 1,000 gallons a month? It's just, you could be a real killer if I didn't have the support.
That's green friendly too.
Yeah. But that's what I'm looking for, support. I'm looking for support in this endeavor. David, you are either snoring or you don't know your mic's open. Yeah, so if we have the proper support, I will move forward. But if we don't have support, we can't do a damn thing, because the overhead will overtake us in a year's time. So we need to move ahead, and we need to get strong, and we need to get organized. And I'll grab one of these buildings. And the thing that's neat about an old hospital is the fact that you don't have to build in a shower. They're there already. So you can have a small one-bedroom, or I think you have a couple of bedrooms here and there, for, little money. Would have to work out exactly how much. Depends upon how many people would be in the building. We'd split it up. But it has to be discussed, and people have to get really serious really fast. All right, go ahead, Betty. I'm going to take a break and rest my voice here a little bit, because I've been hoarse all day for some reason, probably because I was talking all day. I'll be right here, and I'll be listening, and I'll be watching.
What do you guys do about your headaches? Does anyone have any advice?
You have a headache?
From your headaches from all this, yeah.
Actually, Sue was on earlier. She's on the advisory board for the Institute. But she has a solution that she's made and perfected over the years. It has aspirin in it, and it's topical. And I will relay Sue, you still here? Sue? Okay, Sue might have left. She has a busy day. But I can see if I can come up with her website off the top of my head.
I thought you were taking a break.
Yeah, well, I heard you come in and you needed to get a headache relieved. And Sue is very knowledgeable. She's a faith healer, spiritual healer. All right.
Hi, Frank.
I'm doing nice. Yes. Hi, how you doing?
Try cleaning out your nose with a little saline. A little tiny pinch of salt with some warm water. Take and pour a little bit down your nose, get a tissue and clean it out. I'm going to tell you why I'm saying this. I get horrible headaches. And sometimes it's from the chemicals that they pour on you. I don't know if you're getting this, but sometimes they get inside your nose. They can cause headaches. That might be something you can
I have a product called Air, A-Y-R, and I have a prescription for it. And it's fantastic, and it's just like you say. But it is saline, which is just salt in the water.
I'm going to mute.
Thank you for that tip. I'll try that.
I'd like to ask a question. Van Morrison, who's a celebrity, recently came out with a song announcing essentially that he's a targeted individual. Has anybody been able to contact him through a website or anything?
Not yet. Go ahead.
Frank, I believe he had another interview and he said he was not a targeted individual. He just, yeah. In fact, Frank had played a lot of that track. He has another song on that track, aside from a targeted individual, which infers, once again, that he's a targeted individual. But there was an interview and he denied, it was just music that he made. I think he was having a problem with his legal problems or something, and he chose that as a topic.
Or maybe he's just not being targeted anymore.
Maybe
that he's a targeted individual.
He was a real targeted individual, Van Morrison. He was talking about it, and he wrote amazing songs for 2 albums. I bought his albums, and he sings about it, and he's a very good singer, composer. He writes a lot of good music, and he's no nonsense. He's talking about being targeted, and there's plenty of skeptics for him, but I would listen to his album again and say that he was being targeted.
Well, maybe he's hiding the fact when he was interviewed because it might make him be more targeted or looked at askance as though he's gone off the rocker.
Exactly.
I think he probably legitimately is because you have to be pretty bold being a celebrity to come forward. Van Morrison, I used to know a promoter in Chicago, and Van Morrison was one performers who would always do small vignettes. He never wanted to do a big audience. He's really to himself. So for him, especially with his personality, to come out with a song at all, I think he was just hiding when he did that interview.
Bingo.
But, yeah, my point is if we get more people involved that have money behind them and they're eager, in his song he states, I will never give up. And if you put forth these ideas of establishing like a hotel or some safe place, I don't doubt that you're going to have people that have this money behind them say, yeah, I go for that. I don't know the name of the individual, but there used to be somebody that came on that traveled the world. He had he had been working with an Avatar producer, and he blamed his targeting from that person. He said he had been in North Pole, South Pole. He's from Australia. This guy's really well off, but he's desperate to find peace. And does anybody remember him he'd come on quite often? Yes, no?
No, I don't.
No. I think Frank might.
Whose calls was he on? He must have been on talk show. He must have been on talk show if it was a while ago. Whose calls did he attend?
He's with these conference calls. These are the only ones I've ever listened to beside, I think, Willie. Frank's, targeted individual program. But do you know the producer that produced a very famous one for the Avatar movies? He had worked with him, and after they separated, he was convinced he would never answer his calls again. He would never talk to him again. He was convinced he was causing us targeting.
He lived with him and his wife in California, that one? I didn't know he was from Australia. I know who you mean. Okay.
All right.
I don't remember his name.
He might be somebody to contact. More and more people, I'm sure there's, because there's so many people that are targeted are potential whistleblowers or, even CIA agents that have been targeted. Did anybody see on the TV? This was on TV. This is pretty crazy. I don't know if anybody saw it on CNN. And it was a CIA agent bringing forth the statement that he had been targeted while he was in Russia on assignment. He complained of severe headaches, brain fog. He couldn't think straight when he returned to his apartment in Russia, in Moscow. He called his supervisor because he's, in the agency, and reported this syndrome, like Havana syndrome, that he was having. And initially they refused to acknowledge what he was saying, says you're just off your rocker. And then a week later they got back to him and stated, we're now going to pass a law, and apparently this is on CNN, on TV, and they said, we will now protect any government official in America that's targeted. And there's a funding. So this guy retired, and he's now on a funding through this law that was passed within 2 weeks after he reported this. I think I saw this less than 3 weeks ago. Anybody see this on TV? Nobody? I don't know how many people I've left here.
No. I could only speak for myself. I've never watched regular television.
Well, this
CNN,
just happened to be one of
not
the
few
channels.
CNN.
Yeah, I don't get any channels because I only have an antenna, and I'm in a small apartment. So whatever comes on is what I'm, vulnerable to.
I don't think too many. CNN has plummeted. Only thing left for CNN is a flush of the toilet. Their ratings are so in the toilet. I never listen to them.
All right, the fact of it is, whether the program's one you like or not, the fact of it is it's broadcast on TV. And any sign of anybody admitting they're targeted has occurred, and funding being given to a federal employee in the United States is kind of important. So you can trash the TV program. I don't give a damn about that. That's not what I'm pointed at. I'm pointing out verbalizing the fact of what's happening. And that needs to be done. And once it's acknowledged and they're funding federal employees that are attacked like this, I think that's even more important. Because even though we're not federal employees, the truth is being brought up.
Well, we're not questioning your integrity. We're questioning CNN's integrity. Or the CIA. I mean, look at who you're talking about. Liars, liars, liars. That's who you're talking about.
Well, you might be talking about liars, but if they're admitting something that they're all right, let's put it this way. They didn't admit that America was causing this damage to this poor agent. They said that Russia was targeting him. But even admitting that infrasound is being used on a human head or any body beside the Havana incident is progress. It's progress revealing it is happening. Not that it's a joke, it's a phantom, disease by psychotic people, that it's actually happening. So that's what's important.
Yeah, you're right. It is. It is. Bringing it to the public that have no clue about this.
Exactly.
Yeah, no, you're right about that. I just think the context in which they're presenting it is, hilarious. I mean, this stuff, I'm a researcher. I just research, and my days just go by. And let me tell you, this is all documented. It's been documented since 1994. Not about attacks on people, just about, the DOD and the DOJ and, the memorandums that they have about it. It's out there. It's been out there.
But if it wasn't happening
for them to claim, but if they, right, you're right. But if it wasn't, I'm sorry. But the average person isn't going to look for that. We're going to look for it, So yeah, it's great they're bringing it to the public. But what they're saying, I mean, to me, I'm going to say me personally, I'm insulted by it. Because you know damn well what it is. You've always known what it is. In fact, you're involved in it. So, MK Ultra on steroids. They never stopped. They won our minds, and that's it. And maybe we're getting too close. Okay, maybe we're getting too close to the truth, and this is their way. They went to the think tank, and the think tank came up with the scenario. Let's say that our own are being attacked by other countries. It's the old trick. Look over there. Don't look here. Look over there. Since when did the United States become so stupid when it comes to war weapons? They don't know what this is. Really? 53 cents of every dollar goes to the military.
No, of course they know what it is, but it's not. They're not going to admit their involvement. If you have other countries admitting it, and America doesn't, it would be the biggest shock in the world, because this is the land where, the Bill of Rights, democracy, etc. You wouldn't dream it would be happening. So they have to make it look like it's someplace else. And of course they're involved, and of course they know they're involved, but it's all a bunch of what. But again, it did make the news, it did make TV, the words infrasound, the symptoms thereof, and the fact that he's so disabled from this attack that he's going to be permanently retired. And any federal employee, I'd like to know what law this is, but it was passed according to this TV interview, and he's smiling the fact that he got this retirement. And it's all federal employees in the United States. Now, that's a lot of progress to admit that that's happening, and that they would create a law to fund them in retirement after being damaged from these waves. And, of course, this is happening to us constantly. I don't know about, I'm sure everybody feels the same. And you wonder why you're still alive. You feel like you're living two lives, one trying to act normal and one suffering and crying out in the middle of the night in terrible pain.
You got that right. Yep. It's exhausting trying to act normal.
Exactly.
No.
But in a way, it's also so you're so thankful to see the normal and to bring you back to reality out of that hell that you've experienced just hours before. To be amongst people that are acting normal. And then little things mean so much. Not to have pain is like having a birthday present for 1 hour. But that's insanity, because no one should have to ever be persecuted like this for no reason whatsoever. No one. There's this girl that had come on the broadcast. Anybody remember Aunt Amy Holub? She's out of Florida. Yeah. She studied. Did anybody I talked to her twice. Has anybody else talked to her? She was studied forensic cyber torture.
Yes, I'm in contact with her.
Has anybody utilized her? Do you have to go down to see her, or what?
Yes. Nadine has it. Go ahead, Nadine.
Yeah, I've talked to her. I've talked to her, and she did the first preliminary reading of a video I sent her. Do you want me to say something else about it? She heard some things on my video that I didn't hear myself, but I just started the process with her though just now. So
because didn't she say that she could actually find out the source of your pain, who's doing it, where they're doing it at, and the amplitude of it? That's what she said to me when we had a conversation. This was over 2 months ago.
I remember her. Well, she definitely said she can tell where the voices were coming from.
Sender does not support.
I'm pretty sure she said she can tell. I can't really remember, actually. I'm not really sure. I think she said she can tell if they're connected through implants or not. And I know she said my were coming from military drones. They were talking from military drones.
How did she determine that?
There's actually a course. It's in a college up here in Chicago. Schaumburg has actually got a course. So she's doing it virtual. And she completed it because when I was talking to her 2 months ago, she said she should be done with her course and credentials in 2 weeks. We got to know this. Yeah, I got an email that she graduated. That was great. But how does she determine, like, through what? Through IP addresses on your phone? Like, how does she know? Where? Well, there's actually, from what I understand, she had to buy some kind of machines or something that measure this, that can tell the orientation of where it's coming from. Not just sound.
So you've seen her personally?
No, I haven't seen her. That's if anybody has. She's now living in Florida. You know, she's not up here in Schaumburg, but she's taking the course that comes out of this college up here. It's quite shocking. I thought they have a cyber torture forensics class or a degree. You can actually get a degree in this and have credentials in detecting this. So I find that fascinating. It's just the reverse of what we're suffering, so we could stop them. Yeah.
So she physically has to be with you, or you have to be with her?
That I don't know.
That's all I was getting at. Oh, yeah, I know.
You know what? You don't have to be with her. I just sent her a video, and she actually couldn't see the video, but she heard them talking on the video. So I don't live by her, though. I live in Vermont, and I sent her a video. So.
All right. I know somebody had been on the talk when she was talking and said that he had his microphone on or something all night long, and she could pick up whatever. He sent a recording of that. I don't know how he did that because I'm not too techy. And he was going to send it to her, and she was going to be able to determine numbers of things. But she can instruct you what to do. I know that's what she told me. She'll be instructing you what to do so she could then be more finite in deciding what's going on, where is it coming from, and actually give you names is what she told me. Because if she could source a home or a house or a, Air Force base even, she could give you a source of who'd be in that vicinity to do it. I don't know if there's a new power source out there, but I'm being hit with something that makes me feel not only that I'm melting at the same time, but ready to explode inside my brain. Very powerful. It goes throughout the whole body, and it actually, a precursor to that occurrence of pain, there's a sound of a definite generator charging, and it's always above me, in an apartment above me. This is the third place it's happened. Does anybody hear that generator sound or feel that kind of pain?
Yes, oh my God, yes. The generator noise kills me. As soon as I wake up in the morning, that generator turns on, and it's on until 10 o'clock at night.
All right, so they are utilizing one in your, are you having is this day and night with you?
Yes. Well, it turns off at night. Like, it turns off at about 10 o'clock at night, and I finally get some peace. But then as soon as I open my eyes in the daytime, in the morning, it cuts on. It's like I have something to do with up.
It's not just the sound that bothers me, it's the pain that it associates with this generator.
Yeah, it vibrates my skull at times. Yeah, I mean, yeah.
Yeah. And your whole torso could be shaking. Your heart rate has changed completely.
Yep.
Your breathing is involved. Right. Frank, are you still there? Or? Yeah, I don't know if this still is the same thing that always has been, or if they're utilizing a new power source, because it's unbearable, really.
It really is, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I have to leave the house to get away from it sometimes.
Yeah, I actually walked into the hall of this apartment dwelling. You feel like an idiot, but I could give a damn to get away from it. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And I don't know, is anybody that's listening right now able to orientate where it's coming from?
And it seems like it's coming from above me, but I live in a one-story house. Nobody lives above me, but it does seem like it's coming from my attic.
Well, all right, can I just share that I stayed somewhere, and one night in the middle of the night I could hear sounds on the roof. I mean, I could actually hear sounds on the roof. And so what my idea is, they could put a transponder on the roof. Yeah.
They're on the roof.
No. If they can hit the inside of your body, they could hit the outside of your roof. Believe me.
Exactly. They can hit it through a transponder. Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. I had them thrown on the front of when I owned a house, I'd have this, here I wake up, it's like, well, wake up, not really. I'm wandering out in front of the living room, and I'm looking out at the parkway. And here drives up this pure black limousine, black as coal, and black windows, and this guy in a black coat, and this is just like something on a movie. He just sort of slithers out of the car, puts the trunk up, goes to the front of the lawn, and picks up two objects, and he has you could see in the trunk, there's room for these objects to be placed. And that night I had out of this world pain. And so my guess is that they can place these transponders that are hit with their energy source to hit you, because you've got, I don't know, your house was broken into, mine was 4 times, and I'm sure they have places throughout the house that they can send this through to you. Not just directly to your chip, but through the house, so that when you enter it, you feel like there's electric current going in the air. There's no place to hide, and that's how bad it was in my house. But this is a true story about this idiocy about picking up these things. And he did it like, like careless if anybody saw him or anything else.
Yeah, well, that's suspicious that he didn't care. I mean, because,
No, not when you know the group.
No. I'm saying that it could be, he could have been the boots on the ground. They were going to hit you with electronics anyway, so it made it look like he was doing it. So you could run to the police station and say, this guy got out of a black car.
No, you can't run to the police station.
No, you can't, but that's what they would prefer you do,
Well, what I'm referring to is that there's organized crime involved in some of these attacks. It's not just a solo individual or a group or Air Force base. It's also organized crime. And in that community, they were there. Whether they're still involved now, this has been going on for years, I don't know. But it definitely was there.
Of course, boots on the ground.
Yeah, but they're probably not hitting you. They just want you to make the correlation between the both of them. Oh, they're hitting me right as I'm saying this, right? They're pinching my back. It's like unbelievable.
Does anybody get tortured in their knees? I mean, This is 24/7 with me. I get hit into my knees so I could barely walk.
Okay.
Everybody good?
This is the way it is. They pick the weak spots, all right? They'll pick your weak spot. If you're thinking about, like, you'll have a fear, I call it Freddy Krueger, okay? Freddy Krueger will make all your nightmares come true. So this is what I'll give you an example. I don't mean to take it away from you, but I have been, oh, my God, the mosquitoes, I just have to walk out of my house, and the mosquitoes just come right for me. I'm an outdoor person. I hate being in the house, right? And I'm freaking out with the mosquitoes because this never happened to me before. This is only since I've been targeted and getting worse every year. So that has become my fear. Mosquitoes. I'm always looking around. I have mouthwash and a spray bottle. I'm spraying it every place I go, right? Now I'm in the house, and they're making me itch all over. I mean, I'm scratching my body like a crazy person without bites because they found my weakness. Okay? They found my weakness. That's what they do. They can't make you totally opposite of who you are. They're gonna watch you. They're gonna find your weakness, and that's where they're gonna get you. And are you the one that said that when you call, you haven't been on the calls because when you call, you get targeted worse?
Exactly.
Well, there you go. So they'll make your dream come true. Your nightmare. They'll do that because that's your weakness. You know, if you were heard of, I don't know, wildebeest, and a lion was chasing, he's going to get the weakest one. The predator is not going to go for the strongest wildebeest. He's going to go for the baby. He's going to go for the one that has a limp, you know, not running too fast. This is the way these sneaky pieces of you-know-what operate. So.
And FYI, mosquitoes hate mint. They hate minty stings, plant catnip, and lots of.
Are you really getting bitten? Are you really getting bitten? Or are you talking that they make it feel like you're being bitten? Because they can do that.
This is, like I said, I've been complaining so much. It's like I feel like now I have an allergy. I feel like I have an allergy to mosquito bites. But they have me to a point where I don't do my normal gardening, and I'm not outside all the time.
Hold on.
But
hold on.
So now I don't get bit in the house, but I'm scratching like crazy because they know that's my weak point. So now they're going to make me itch without getting bitten. You know what I mean?
Okay,
that's the point to make. Okay.
Can you pause for a minute? There's a product out there. There's a product out there that's wonderful. It was on Shark Tank 2.5 years ago. It's called Wondercide.
Let me write it down. Wondercide.
It's a pet product. I can use on friends, and it looks wonderful.
Oh.
No toxins, nothing. And it works on the overconcentration of lemongrass or rosemary. You can choose your scent. I've been using it for over 2.5 years because my dog is very sensitive to
Does it prevent your skin from...
So am I.
And where can you get this?
I can't hear you.
Where do you
can get it at any holistic pet shop. Any holistic pet shop. One of them out here. I'm in Chicago. I don't know, where you are. Pet People is one place you could get it. You can just Google it, and it'll tell you where you can find it.
Cool.
And you can buy things with tea tree in it, and even tea tree oil, and just dab a little on your wrist or something when you go out. They hate tea tree and minty smells.
Yeah,
you
could, but
you have to see what I have made more concoctions in the spray bottle than you can imagine. I know. I said, I'm doing like the mouthwash actually has mint, and then there's the eucalyptus mouthwash, and then I use eucalyptus oil. And what else do I use? Oh, my God, I have made – and the funny thing is when I make it, I make big batches, so I make it for my friends and my family, and it works just fine on them. And now I'm taking vitamin B. Oh, I heard the vitamin B2 was great, right, to change your body chemistry. But Kate had told me that niacin, which is a B vitamin as well, is what the golfers take, okay, before they go onto the golf course to protect themselves. So now I'm doing that. But like I said, they're making me itch no matter what now. It's like I'm just like crazy I just scratch like crazy.
Yeah, but, I just want to share with you, I've got a cast on my hand, and no bug got under my cast, and I swear there was one. There was. I all of a sudden be outside, and I felt like something like a bug was about to bite me, and there wasn't anything there. They can simulate the same feeling of a bite, of a mosquito bite or a bug bite, all by themselves with their weight. And so I just think I was hysterically sick, especially under my cast,
Yeah, where you can't get to it. Of course.
Yeah,
I know. There's also that spot on your back, right? That spot on your back where you just can't reach. I'm against the corner of the wall, rubbing. It's just they know exactly where to go for you. Right? They're mean.
But anyway, for your real problem, the real problem of the bites, use it. Try to use it. And I hope it works as it's done for me and anybody else I've advised. So I hope it works for you.
Yeah, I'm gonna go look for it. Thank you.
Hey, excuse me.
Yeah, but I want to know, does it work against the itch?
What's that?
The direct energy that they use on my arms that just make me itch, and nothing's biting, just itching at night when I want to go to sleep.
Isn't it a burning itch? Burning?
What?
Is it more like a burning itch? That's what I'm feeling lately. Burning?
No, it's just an itching. Just an itching.
Right.
So does this product you're recommending, does it help with just the itch?
Well, I'm not saying this is for being tortured. I'm saying she definitely had a problem of being bit by mosquitoes.
Oh,
so this product is excellent for ticks, mosquitoes, fleas, blah, blah, blah. But as for that, what I've used is cold packs, and it really helps tremendously. Like a nice gel cold pack, huge one, especially because I'm hit like terrible and heated up. I don't know, I'm sure everybody has experienced that, where you feel like you're melting in ultrasound, and the ice packs really do help to cool down your body. You shouldn't withstand that kind of heat because it can go internally and affect you, as it definitely can and will.
When, for the person that's asking about that, when I get the itching without a bite, okay, so just so I don't go through my skin, I know we don't like taking medication, but I have baby or children's Benadryl liquid, and I'll just take a few sips of that, for the histamines.
All right. Well, that would be from the actual mosquito bite, not from them, not from their simulated itching.
No, it actually does. It doesn't go away completely, but it does help a little bit. Or maybe it relaxes me. I don't know. It changes my brain chemistry. It could be. I don't know. But they will attack. Okay, I'll give it here. Another thing that happened. I'm saying this on the call, right? I don't believe I'm saying this. Anyway, I was shaving my calluses on my feet, which I haven't done in a long time. And I was doing my heel. I was getting a little deep. But that was it. I was saying, oh, my God, I have such, thickness that I had to get rid of all that. As I'm finishing up, where do they hit me with this? But in the same exact place, and I wasn't even touching my foot at that point. I was finished with what I was doing. I was just cleaning up. And that's exactly where they decided, just in that spot that I just finished, that area of my heel, they just hit me with dew, okay? And it was very painful because the callus was no longer there, so it went straight to the nerve.
Right. That's where
they
they'll
knew
eventually
exactly where they were going. Exactly where they were going. They knew exactly where they were going. It wasn't random. Last week, for some reason, I was being tortured. I was being tortured so bad. I really thought, and it may have started again. Tomorrow I may feel the same way. I thought I was going to die. In fact, it was last Saturday. I thought I was going to die. And so I was texting Frank, and my text said something like, I am not suicidal. If anything, I'll probably die of a heart attack. And I was and as I was going to type in the next word, which was stroke showed up for me before I even put the S. I didn't even hit the S. It was a heart attack and they filled in stroke, okay? So after that, I started to get a pain on the top of my head in one spot, like a pencil, like someone had a pencil and they were just pressing harder and harder and harder in one spot in the top of my head. So I got a Sharpie, and I made a black dot exactly where that pain was. And I said, well, they'll probably give me an aneurysm, a bleed, instead of a clot, so I better tell somebody. I was like, really? I was like, okay, what is this? Now because you wrote stroke in, you fill that in for me, now you're going to give me one? So, yeah, there. And you know what? I never know really if they're going to or not.
You what now?
I mean, you don't know. I know they can. Is that what the point they're trying to make? We can do it if we wanted to.
Oh, cool. I don't know if you've had street fighter happen to you. Will they do something ridiculous so you might react to it, and then they'll photograph you and make you look like you're insane? It's very popular. You've not had that happen? Street theater?
Yeah.
Certainly not.
Well, one of the best tricks that they pulled, if I wasn't tortured so much, I'd be laughing about, and I was laughing about it, as a matter of fact, when it happened, because it was early on in my targeting. My brother had gotten me, I don't know if you remember, I'm going back, Magic Jack, right? So he got me, and I was setting it up, and I wasn't sure how to do it. I'm not really techie. So I had to plug this thing into my computer and then into the jack. Anyway, and I had to come up with a telephone number, right? And I bought a telephone. I bought a portable phone, but I never took it out of the box. It was still in the box, unopened. And I'm playing with the Magic Jack. I'm trying to connect it. And it's on the steps. It's sitting on my steps, and I'm about 10 feet away from the steps. All of a sudden, the phone starts ringing. It's the phone in the box is ringing. The phone in the box. Now, do you want to see, now who's a crazy person, okay? Who could I tell this to? But my mother was there with me, all right? And my mother, she gets on her phone. She picks up her phone, and she's going, hello, hello. And I'm like, Ma, it's not your phone. It's the phone in the box. And so she picks up her landline, and she's like, hello. She has two phones in her hand, right? She has the portable phone. She has the landline. She goes, hello, hello. and the phone's still ringing because it was the phone that was not even taken out of the box yet. Wasn't connected to anything. It was not connected. So now I'm trying to convince my mother, right, my elderly mother, that it's the phone in the box that's ringing. She goes, how do you like that? I would call the telephone company and report them. So it's like, yeah, right. Yeah, I'm going to call a telephone company. But anyway, yeah, they've done like insane shit.
Yeah, my phone is being hacked completely. I can't even make phone calls inside my apartment. And I went about 2 miles away, and the same thing was happening. Every time I would make a call, anything from a recorded message, the number you have dialed is incorrect. Check the number again. You know, the professional answer that is a legitimate one, that comes on. I mean, I'm totally obsessed with, just causing your life to be difficult. That's their delight.
Yep. I get call ended. As soon as I call, the notice comes, call ended. I didn't even hear the phone ring. They did that to seven calls in a row. 7 calls in a row.
Right. It took 9 for me.
Everyone. Every different number I called. Call ended.
Right.
Every single one.
Right.
So
Where
my
are you
cousin
at?
wanted to know. I'm in New York.
No,
my cousin wanted to know if I ever got back to these people, right? He asked me, he goes, did you ever do that thing? Because I told him I was going to do it. And I said, I tried. He said, and what happened? I said, I don't know. The calls were disconnected. He said, all of them? I said, yeah. And then it was the end of the conversation. I was like, yeah. What else could could I pursue it? Could I try to prove it to? No, I just said, and we dropped the subject.
No, they'll probably say that, there's nothing wrong with your phone. It's just interference in the lines, and, bad weather has caused that. Unless somebody witnesses it, they don't believe you. And I've had people witness what happens to my phone, so thank God. It doesn't stop the happenings to the phone. Their involvement in our lives is beyond any degree of acceptance. And I just really hope things change. I have some ideas.
They're showing off for us. They're showing off. Did you hear what I heard?
Yeah, that was DID. It was repeated in.
You said ideas, and they kept repeating ideas. I heard
you
didn't get that on your end?
I got it on mine and yours, unless I heard it on yours. I don't know.
Wow. They're showing off for us. That's it.
Is anybody else on the line? Is Frank gone to sleep? It's 12:10.
I heard it.
Oh.
I heard it.
No, you heard it too? Bizarre, huh?
Still 50
it was bizarre.
A few minutes ago, there were 61 people still on the call. And yes, I heard the echo. Probably everybody on the line heard the echo.
I heard it too. I heard it.
And just think about the word. Think about the word.
I heard it too.
The word that they chose to echo was ideas. Okay?
Do you know what it said?
Yeah, they were saying ideas. I had just spoke the word, ideas. I have some ideas on how to make this stop. And then they mocked it by putting it into this ideas sound like something, from a crazy show.
So when I get feedback, it's usually with mind or brain. That's when I get the feedback. If someone says brain or mind on radio or something, they go berserk on me. So, yeah.
Somebody else talk for a while. Who else is out there?
I'm out here. Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Yep. Hi. A little bit ago, I heard you guys talking about some wonder something.
Oh,
I'm
Wonder
not sure. What is it? Wonder what?
It was on Shark Tank. It's a product that you can use for your pets, for fleas, mosquitoes, ticks, everything. It kills anything, and it has no toxins in it. It's all natural. And I discovered, and it's also, you can use it on the rug. You can use it on furniture. It will not stain clothing. Your clothing, any clothing, the upholstery, anything in the house. Works great on my dog, and my dog is sensitive to everything. I've used it for 2.5 years, and I use it personally because it smells lovely. You can buy it in lemongrass, rosemary, or peppermint. I avoid peppermint because I thought the dog would hate the smell. But it's sold at holistic dog and pet stores. And yeah, I just love it. Yeah.
You know, it scared me. Oh, sorry
What's
about that. I got scared.
You got scared?
Yeah.
Of what?
Well, somebody was outside. I'm sitting in my car right now.
Oh, somebody was outside?
Yeah.
I tried to stay away from here because it was so dangerous.
Pray.
Is that why you're in your car?
Let's pray. Can we pray? I know there's a lot of people that don't believe in it, but can we pray?
No, go right ahead. Go right ahead.
Hallelujah. In the name of the Father, Son, and the Holy Ghost. Flee, demons, go back to the pits of hell. Do not surround her in the name of Jesus. We don't want you, nor do we need you in our atmosphere in the name of Jesus. We want to anoint it, put a hedge of protection over her right now, Father God. Give her everything that you want her to have and nothing that the devil wants her to have or any evil entities in the name of Jesus. We just want to anoint her and protect her from anything that could touch her or harm her in any way, as though we are going through a lot. But I want to cover this whole call and everybody on it in the name of Jesus. You are covered. And there is a hedge of protection around your home, your car, your children, your spouse. In the name of Jesus, I ask these things. Amen.
Amen. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You were asking why I'm in my car. I'm sorry I didn't answer you.
Yeah, are you there for safety or?
Yeah, well, I'm going to go somewhere. I don't know where yet, though. I'm trying to figure that out.
I've done that.
Just too many weird things going on at my house.
That's exactly why I did it, but I hope it works for you because it used to, but it doesn't anymore. They just follow me somehow.
Oh, it will, but when I'm with somebody, it's a lot easier. It's just that I'm by myself. So just
right. Well, even when I go with my dog is attacked. So scary.
Yeah, my cat, her when she gets scared or something, her back of her hair will go up. I don't know if your guys' cat does that, but her back by her tail will just stick up. I don't know.
It seems like the black people are raising more attention to themselves and not protecting the rest of the United States of America.
I'm sorry, what was that?
It seems like black people are raising more attention to themselves and not protecting the United States of America.
Black people?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I guess I don't know what you mean.
Well, maybe he means I know in our city, statues were brought down, toppled over. That's history. It's not what's happened today and yesterday. It's what happened way back in history. And history is as important to white people as it is to black people, it is to yellow people. History is throughout the world. It seems insane that we should be focusing on, in our city, terrible, activity going on and protests that would raid the stores, black stores even. So how is that respecting any anybody's right to be a, an owner.
Eventually, the blacks are going to oppress the whites for whatever harsh feelings they have against being oppressed and being slaves in the 1700s or the 1800s. And now they just want to grow power, and I think the
another
blacks
psyop. It's just divide and conquer. That's all it is. Divide and conquer. It's mass mind control.
Well, that's another fact. That's true.
And you can look at it in that way. But the black people that are doing that are against white people, have been brainwashed and mind controlled into believing that there's something else. They're not thinking logically because their logical thinking is being blocked, my own opinion. Don't listen to everything. Don't believe everything you hear and half of what you see, because this world is very orchestrated right now. And you have to take and read between the lines, because all the lines don't match.
You're absolutely right.
I don't know how we got on that topic, but
yeah, it makes me. It's like, how do I read between the lines? Like, like I have trust issues already, and
every race has been targeted: Chinese, white, black, Mexican, but
I'm starting to think that it's going to be everybody pretty soon.
Who's complaining the most?
What do you mean, who's complaining the most?
Everybody gets it.
It's like the white people are against the black people are against the white. It's just what they're trying to do.
They don't discriminate.
Right.
With the targeting. No. They go after atheists. They go after Christians. They go after atheists. They go after blacks. They go after white. They go after Hispanics. They go after everybody.
Yeah.
Have any of you ever been?
You cut out. Sorry, what did you ask?
I don't want focus of attention. I want everyone to be on the same board, where we're all being targeted, and it doesn't matter what your race is. You're all being targeted.
Right.
Different.
Why? We all have one thing in common: we're being fucked with.
There's other things that we have in common too, but I guess we don't really talk outside of this, like these chat rooms. But for example, like people with O positive blood are being targeted.
Well, I'm O positive. Who told you that?
I'm O positive.
Oh my
gosh.
Oh, also I'm black.
But you want to look at the RH factor as well, not just the blood type. The RH factor is very important.
Yes,
that's what you want to look at.
The RH.
So this is really a blood feud upon God's people. Period. End of story. This is how they're going about it. And currently they're poisoning the blood with these injectables. So that's where we're at.
I love it. Thank you.
So you're saying that God identifies us by our blood and they're changing the blood?
No, I'm AB. My blood type is AB. Whichever the rarest is, I can never remember if I'm positive or negative, but definitely the rarest.
That would be AB negative.
And type O, okay, yeah. And type O is 80% of the population.
O positive is?
I don't know about the RH. I just know that type O, the basic blood type O, is 80% of people.
I know it's the universal donor.
That's kind of like putting a stretch out there, like, oh, you're being targeted because of your blood type, or you're being targeted because of your race.
It could be. We don't know.
A stretch out there that's putting a stretch on other TIs that have just been targeted and hurt, and it didn't matter to them at the time what their race was or what their blood type was. They were just being hurt really bad.
How?
I've never heard anything about that.
About the blood type?
No, I never heard anything about that before this.
Yeah, well, I think he's saying that, like, now that you brought up the blood type, it's making people more worried or scared.
You shouldn't be worried about it. You should just be aware. I put a chart into the chat. It's a basic chart in regards to the blood types. O positive is about 38%. O negative is 7%. B positive is 9%. B negative is 2%. You have A positive, which is about 34% of the population. You have A negative, which is 6%. And then you have the AB, which is only 3%, and AB negative at 1% of the world population. So it would pay to really know your blood type. There's something you can get. It's basically called an Eldon card, EELDON card, and you can do your own blood testing privately so that no other person will poke you with God knows what, and you can keep that record privately for yourself. It's called an Eldon card, ELDON card, and you can buy them off of Amazon or any other place, and I recommend people do that for themselves.
Well, what is that knowledge of your type going to do for you? What's it going to do for you?
Well, different blood types have different abilities, we'll say. And because of these abilities and because of your genetic lineage, you can follow that back. I don't want to get into the metaphysical aspect of it yet here because it's still pretty early, but do you think there's a coincidence in regards to how many people who have similarities and why they're targeted over certain things? I think so.
Yeah.
You were selected. It's not random. You were a selected
Was it my hazel eyes or my tan skin?
Yes, I believe we were selected.
It's your soul expression and your genealogy, period.
What is?
I was selected out of revenge.
I'm sorry. What'd you say?
I said I was.
No, I'm just saying basically.
A lot of us were selected out of revenge and retaliation.
I believe that we were selected.
I wasn't. There's nothing I could have possibly done.
Well, I think my mother is my handler.
For the most best, I mean, there's probably 50%.
It's not your mother, and there's no blood type you're being targeted by because of your blood type.
No, honestly, I think my mother is my handler because this gang stalking started in Germany under Zertz's in the 1940s, and then it switched to MK Ultra. Then it switched to Clones Health Pro. Now it's called gang stalking, but it's the same crime that's been going on since the 1930s. The only thing that's changed is the names changed and the technology keeps getting better. And my mother is German, and I think my mother is a Nazi criminal. And I'm pretty sure she's my handler. I'm pretty sure she is.
Isn't it said that they often try to confuse you and make you think that your closest relatives and friends are your attackers? It's often said that.
I'm pretty sure that my mother is my handler. I'm like 99.99999% sure that my mother is my handler.
Why would she want to hurt you?
Well, my mother is a covert narcissist, number one. I think that she's a psychopath. I'm pretty sure she's a Nazi. And this is a Nazi program. This is based off a Nazi program called Zertz's. I can spell it for you. and you can look it up on Wikipedia.
Never heard of that.
And if you go on Wikipedia and you pull up all the drop-down menus and read all about it, it's exactly what they're doing to us. It talks about how you disassemble somebody's life and how they do it. It all started in Germany. It's a Nazi program that's gone worldwide.
Wouldn't they love for you to believe it's your mother? It's your mother. She gave birth to you.
Mother.
She may have psychological problems. She's not hurting you. She's not hurting you.
Yeah, I was thinking that too.
My mother.
This is a psychological program. Wouldn't they love for you to believe that?
Yeah, I agree with that. Well,
it is her.
This person.
I was supposed to get married next month on August 22nd, and she hired a guy to come into my life and tell me all the things I ever wanted to hear and pretend to be totally in love with me, and he was a honey trap. And she hired him to come into my life. I know she did.
That she could have done. That she could have.
Yeah.
But as far as your targeting goes, it's
yes,
something
she's
different.
my handler. The things that happen in my life, only my mother would be orchestrating things that I just know that she's in love. I know that she is. She's given herself away. I know that they have voice-to-cell technology with voice morphing technology, and they can make it sound like her voice and all that. I'm aware of it.
Do you hear her?
Yes, I have.
Do you ever hear her voice?
Yes, I've heard her voice.
Oh.
She's actually talked to me telepathically through the V2K.
Telepathically? So...
There are some individuals where their family are the perps. Some of them do put their kids underneath this program, especially when they were young parents starting off. I don't even want to go there on some of the stuff that I know, but some people
I think that's exactly what happened. I think that's exactly what happened.
She didn't know it was going to be this out of control.
Yeah.
She didn't know
I think that she did it when I was younger. My whole life's just been happening to me. I think she's been doing this to me my whole life. I know she's involved. I got a whole chunk of memory missing from age 6 to 11.
From what?
I don't know. Got a whole chunk of memory missing.
Do you remember who your teachers were?
I remember who my 3rd grade teacher was, but after that, I'm blank until I'm 11. After that.
Huh.
And she used to give me enemas all the time, and I think they were drugs. Enemas. That's like a Nazi thing. My whole life I thought my mother was a Nazi. I didn't even know about the gang stalking until last year, or the Dirty Song or anything like that. But my whole life I thought my mother was a Nazi. Oh.
And they know that. So they know that because they have been profiling you for a long time. And they will make you and they will make your nightmares come true.
Yes, they do.
They're going to start paying us. I didn't give them that permission.
No, none of us did. We do not consent.
To what?
To creating a file about us, a profile?
Yeah, yeah, of course they are.
It's such an
They have to know
intrusion in
everything
our
about.
lives.
They want to know everything
some of the things
about
they have wrong.
you.
I honestly think that they're streaming our lives live on the dark web.
Remote
I think we're all like a Truman Show or something. I think they're messing with our lives and they're filming it while they're remote neuromonitoring us and they're filming it, and I think they're selling it live on the dark web. That's what I think.
Like who would buy that? You don't think it's AI in control of it, or what? Because
I think there's definitely AI technology involved in this, but I think that it's definitely got a criminal aspect to it. If the government wanted you dead, they would just fucking kill you. They wouldn't spend 24 hours a day thinking about how they can wreck your day and spending all this freaking money.
They're war weapons, and this is the new way of fighting war, okay, without bloodshed. Yes, they would. They would, and they do. They would, and they do. You're right, they do.
But I don't know. The Bible says that we're not fighting against flesh and blood. We're fighting against spiritual wickedness in high places. I think these people are all Satan's demons inhabited in people, because you got to be real evil to live your life to ruin somebody else's. You got to be a real evil person to do that.
It's got to be deeper than that. It wouldn't be so universally used. I mean, it's all over the world this is happening.
Well, there's millions and millions of demons. It says the number of them in the Bible, and it says that a third of the angels they followed Satan. So there's enough demons for one for every person on this earth, or one or two.
But there has to be a remuneration back to the people that are doing this. There has to be some funding for it. There has to be some source to have it propagated. There's money behind this, and you have to look at partial involvement of the government in doing so.
The government has the technology behind this targeting, and I believe that they're giving this technology to the local law enforcement for them to use it for good purposes. But the rogue cops, the criminal cops, are using it for criminal purposes. And then they pay the criminal, citizens with, I heard they pay them with, gift cards, so there's, no paper trail to do, the harassment shit. Like breaking into your house and letting the air out of your tires and shit like that.
Has anybody had their car not just vandalized or broken into, but actually hacked so that you can't drive it over 20 miles an hour?
Yeah, the computer in my car. Like the other day, it said my car started ringing. I was like, "What the heck is that noise?" And I looked on the radio part, and it said PHN. And this is like an older car. It doesn't have a phone. And there's no. I was like, how do they do that? I'm still trying to figure that one out. I talked to a few mechanic friends, and they're like, "Wow, I don't know. That's crazy."
Yeah, they got my car hacked.
Okay. And it makes you use it's like running your brakes. It deaccelerates your car. At times I have my foot off the pedal and it's going 40 miles an hour by itself, and I do not have cruise control. The older the car, the less able they are to hack your car. There's very few people that admit, even if you go to an auto shop, they'll look at you like you have a demented mind. I don't know if you've ever talked to anybody at an auto shop about this. But it's been 60 Minutes broadcast to how easy it is to hack a car. And the most dangerous car on the road today is a Jeep Wrangler, because it has something called Uconnect. So if you have a Wrangler and you have an enemy that's would like to make your life miserable, don't buy a Jeep Wrangler.
For the electrical part, or
it's a computer. It's your computer that allows the owner to connect with their car and see how it's functioning. It also allows hackers to easily hack the car, deaccelerate it, stop it, blah, 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 blah.
Yeah, I always thought they'd have to do that by having access to my car.
Most vehicles
someone came over to my house.
They could hack it with a computer. In fact, I know what you're talking about because I saw it, and I didn't realize it was on 60 Minutes with those two young DARPA guys sitting in the back seat with a computer, and they were speeding the car up, making the car turn, and making the car stop, and they're laughing about it.
Right.
Yeah, they can do that from a distance as well. Yes.
Oh, yeah, because you don't have to do any near the car. It's very easy. Supposedly. Not that we know how to do it. But it ruined my brakes on both the cars. And they'll vandalize it to the point that, I don't know about you, if you had something put in your tank, gas tank.
Oh, they beat the shit out of my car. They beat the shit out of my car.
All of a sudden you parked it with a full tank and now you have half a tank.
Yeah.
How's that?
Yeah, like they siphoned some of it out.
Yeah, and I'm wondering what they're putting in.
Yes.
All of a sudden the car breaks down, it doesn't want to go for 2 months.
Maybe water in the tank.
When I fill up my tank, the gas will come out at me like it's like some type of a reaction, and I'm like.
There's a book, PDF form that you can look online. It says CIA's Book of Dirty Tricks.
Mm-hmm.
Everything that from A to Z if you want to do something to somebody's car.
Well, that makes perfect sense.
Here, I'm going to see if I can access.
That makes perfect sense. I would love to read that. Last week, I told you on Saturday how bad I was being tortured. I was driving. I opened my window, and I screamed out the window, CIA, you're going down, right? And after I stopped screaming, my check engine light went on. How's that?
You really think it's the CIA doing this?
Oh, yes, I do.
The CIA?
Yes, I do. CIA, Air Force, and I've had personal experience. Yes. I'm one of the lucky ones. I know exactly.
How did you find out the CIA?
I hung out with them for 10 days and was targeted. 10 days with military contractors, Air Force, and CIA. I was on vacation. Met them accidentally. And they took me in.
So now you're a target?
Now I'm a target.
Now you're a target?
Mm-hmm.
They told you what they're doing to people and then they did it to you?
No, they did not tell me. No, they didn't tell me.
Oh.
They told me, you don't have to go home. Why don't you hang out with us? Why don't you stay here? And I laughed. I was like, are you kidding me? So, yep.
Well, I want to thank them for letting me be on this call today.
It was actually a closed Air Force base. It wasn't even a running. Well, if you look it up, it's been closed for a long time, but it was in full functioning Air Force base when I was there. So that's where they do their secret stuff. And then they bring it back to the research labs, and there's 2 research labs. One is in San Antonio, it's Fort Sam, and the other one is in Ohio. It's Wright-Patterson.
Why can't they just continue with this robotics and cyborgs and stuff? Why do they have to put us into it? Well, is it because
they have to demonstrate on somebody? Why do they use lab rats? Why do they use monkeys? Why do they use rabbits? Now they have to use humans to see how a human reacts. A monkey's a rabbit's brain is not the same as a human brain. And when you're doing psychological warfare, they need a human.
Yeah, but most of these subjects know that they are being in the clinical trial, whatever.
What are they trying to test when they come in and they take a chunk out of their wall?
What?
Okay, when they come in and they damage something, what are they trying to test? When they come in your house and they damage something.
Control. What?
Excuse me. Control.
How is it being around other people that have been vaccinated affecting the unvaccinated? Do you guys know?
Yeah.
I don't think it is.
Call it the jab.
Yeah, it is. My periods are so heavy. What?
It's actually affected my dog, not just me. It's true.
Like, how is that even, how is that, like, yeah, I can't even think of the words to use. Like, how the energy that the metals in the vaccine have, or, I don't know.
Call it the shot, because Frank has to put this on YouTube, and they'll take it down if you say that.
If I say what?
What is it?
VA. CC.
Oh, yeah, the Veterans Administration. You know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, the veterans. That's it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But a lot of people been talking about their periods. A lot of women, and yeah. So you're not alone. It's affecting a lot of people. In fact, this one doctor, he was interviewed, and he said that his staff, the women in his staff, the nurses, they were all having very odd periods.
Excuse me, I just wanted to test this, see if it works. Everybody hear me okay?
Yeah.
Okay, I just had to clean the computer, that's all. All right, didn't mean to interrupt. Go ahead.
So, you know, if you see something, you say something. Who do we say something to? We can just think it, and then whoever should know knows, or just say it out loud. I don't know.
You can't go to the cops, because then they're going to send you to the hospital, and they're going to diagnose you with schizophrenia.
I already contacted the FBI last week, or the federal female booty inspector agency, and they because I got a text saying that my social security number is being suspended.
They did that to me too. That's bullshit. That's just them messing with you. There's nothing wrong with your social security number. They did it to me too. I swear they do the same thing to all of us. They're freaking morons.
Yeah, like they're not letting me access the internet right now. Good thing I have a secondary device where I can, but like
they're fucking assholes.
Afford 2 phones at all times.
It's pretty pathetic that their one life is our one life, and so they fucked it up for both everybody.
Well, they don't have a conscience. It's AI. I thought. Well, no, then human beings are in it too.
Yeah, there. AI is not coming into my house and putting holes in my shower curtain for shits and giggles. Okay.
Yeah, mine is only boots on the ground and drones in the air.
Yeah, the drone thing. I was trying to figure that out with somebody today, because it's not a satellite, so it's a drone that just comes there and sits up there and stops up in the sky. Like, usually they fly.
Yeah, they're easy to see at night, but I can see them
they
during
can
the day.
sit still. They don't have to fly.
During the day, like planes.
Yeah, they can suspend in the air without flying.
Yes, but I can also see them flying right after they hit me. They'll move in the sky quickly.
Yeah, because they don't want to be seen.
Like,
Right.
what are they spraying something on my house? Like, or is it really truly seeing me?
They track me when I enter a building. The drone sees my every move when I'm inside.
Like, you're not a criminal, so, like, why are they wasting that time on us when we're in a, like...
Because most of us, it's payback.
For what? I have no karmic debt.
Okay, I'm not saying you do. I say most of us. I'm betting 60% of us, and many agencies and others, but especially every government agency, I believe, utilizes this program so that they can get revenge on whoever they want.
They want you to, they have goals, okay? They want you to commit suicide. They want you to get hospitalized. They want you to set you up for prison. There's all these things they want. You just have to remember, don't give them what they want. They're trying to get a reaction out of you. Everything that they do is to get a reaction out of you. As long as you know that that's what they're after, you can keep them giving them what they want. That's all you need to know.
They didn't do any of this till they put me on the program and decided they were going to target me. That's when it all started. That's when they wanted to get everything that you say they want to get, which is true.
They're after a reaction.
Well, of course, but they're also after abuse and harassment and you name it, and they want to torment us.
Like, change who I am so they can control it.
Be yourself. Do not let them change who you are. You can't ignore them. They're too in your face to ignore. You can't ignore them. But you can be aware of them without reacting.
Well, I don't know why, but they're just so much more active at night. Like,
because they don't want you to sleep.
Why?
Because they want to sleep. They want to sleep deprive you. They want to sleep deprive you.
Somebody at some point decided they wanted to put you on the program. That's why.
Like, is it better if I just move away by myself? Like, go somewhere else so my family and friends aren't affected by this? My family and my friends that I still have left? Like, they'll think I'm nuts.
And everybody around you will always think you're nuts everywhere you go.
You won't need you, honey. They're going to alienate them from your life. Trust me.
I just want to say...
A liability is an asset. When I start collecting unemployment, I will.
I just want to say that don't think you did anything wrong, because I don't think you do anything wrong. It's like something that's not in us. I don't think you should think you did anything wrong.
Hi, Tracy.
Oh.
I see you, Tracy.
Hello. I had my going back and forth between I thought I was muted so I wouldn't interrupt or anybody wouldn't hear my background, but then I switched it and so then it switched back again. So, hello.
Hi, how you doing?
Pretty good, hanging in there. Got all this medical going on and stuff with my apartments. I talked to you a little bit about that and just getting things in place and so I can have some substance and some defense in my corner so that I can't get bulldozed and shuffled around, and it's starting to work a little bit, I think. So thank you for asking.
Sure. Anything new to add?
No, excuse me. I have 3 medical appointments coming up. I have disability services, an attorney, the ADA, Cross Disabilities Coalition, Fair Housing Act, and they're all going to be support to me, and we'll see what happens. So, but it's something that got to stick up for myself about, and bring in the right people, that can help with resources and they all agreed they thought that was happening. So we're going to have some mediation and things like that. And the medical's still up in the air. This is how it gets when I get really bad. And it's been 4 years since my bypass surgery where I almost died. So hopefully, I've got stuff in the works. So we'll see what happens.
Well, that's good, Tracy. Always feel free to call anytime you need to.
Okay, thank you. Thanks for asking, and thanks for offering to call them.
Yeah, call anytime after 2 tomorrow or Sunday.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
I'll keep you posted, and I think they thought I would just roll over and say, sure, just, I'll be homeless for you, or I'll be bulldozed and just go wherever you say, and I can't do that, and these are things that are society issues besides even the targeting and that kind of stuff that, is going on in this too, but there's things that you can, that are things that you can do stuff about, that without bringing in the targeting and the rest of the whole thing into it. So, but so we'll see. I have three police cases going on. One of them's closed, and the one that stole my rent, the first vandalism to my back door was a year ago. They just did it again this month. On a Monday, I got another report, filed another police report, and the same people vandalized the lock again 2 days later. So I got a little camera to put up that's motion censored, and, so I'll just, do what I can and be how I can be and do what I can do and let them sabotage themselves. All you have to do sometimes is, they say, you can't stop me from damaging your door. Well, it's not just me, it's the property. They're defacing the property as well. So, it's frustrating, time-consuming, but, they're going to get caught and they're going to get stopped eventually. So, but thank you for asking. What's that?
Yes, they will.
Yep. I've seen it happen, and that if you don't react or a certain way, they're left with their own behavior, and then they sabotage themselves because you're not participating in it, with them, which they'd like you to. But so anyway, that's all. Thank you for asking. How's your eye?
Okay. I'm going to need some more work.
Yeah. Is it you have to wear a patch, like an eye patch?
Not yet. I'm right now in the middle of getting my thyroid operated on, so.
Oh, no.
Yep. If any of you out there, when you go to your next medical appointment with your PCP, have your thyroid checked, because radio frequencies in large quantities really mess up your thyroid. I have to have half of mine taken out. The right side, I believe it's the left side actually that's totally destroyed.
Mm-hmm. And then you'll take medication supplements for it.
Yeah, thyroid supplements.
Actually, the other side still works, fortunately for me.
Good.
That's
good.
The other side.
You should have been taking iodine all this time, Frank.
Well, if you take iodized salt, you're all set. But now I can't take salt.
No, not the salt. The drops.
Okay.
That's what protected people in Hiroshima. They used it. They always use it with nuclear accidents. And that's what it's for, the thyroid. It's so important for us to take it. Just 3 little drops. That's all you need every day.
3 drops.
For those of you who do take salt, get iodized salt. It's salt with iodine in it. They did that because after Hiroshima, they learned this. So they put it in something that we use every day. And you can get non-iodized salt or iodized salt. But the most effective is what Ann said, and that's the real thing, 3 drops. Where do you put them, Ann? Orally?
Yeah, orally. I put it in a tiny bit of water, maybe like 3 ounces or 4 ounces of water.
How many times a year do you do that?
I just do it once a day.
Once a day. Okay.
Ellis Jones sells a spray with the iodine in it that's called Survival something, and that works real good.
Okay, that's good. I'm happy to hear that. Everyone has always got information here. So if you have like homeopathic information that you've been holding on to, now's the time to let it go. I just wanted to mention too, if you want to get our newsletter, just go to targetedmassachusetts.org and this blue screen will drop down and and you can put your email address in and hit submit, and you're automatically added. Then you can look at the website while you're there, but go by computer because our phone site is still pretty shaky. Okay, I'm going to mute once again. I'll be here watching and listening, so I'll keep you out of trouble. And this is a good time to stop the recording, I think. And that's what I'll do. This is Targeted Massachusetts Northeast Conference, signing off at 1:03 a.m.